Ta-da! We're live! Hello, everybody.
Oh, man.
We are live. I apologize profusely for the delay. We were having some technical difficulties. Though we were supposed to start at 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we are starting on time at 5 o'clock Durgan Standard Time. So that's good. No, in all seriousness, we were having some technical difficulties, but we have figured it out. We are live, and if people are dropping and whatnot during the session, we're just gonna roll with it. So, thank you everyone for your patience and for sticking around. I'm not sure how many people we have watching right now, but it is hopefully not just one person. So, anyway, so this is going to be the 6th session of the Provokers. We have been away for a couple of months. We broke for the holidays, and then pretty busy during January too, so this is the first time we could all get together and do this again. I'm very excited to have this group of guys back together. Before we get started, though, I just want to give a huge shout out to Tim, Tabletop Terrors down there. This dude has been working harder on Provoker stuff than I have been. He put together a bitchin' campaign trailer, which I'm still trying to figure out how to get it to play before the live games. Once I figure that out, it's going to be awesome. But if you haven't seen it, please go over to Tabletop Terrors at some point soon and check out that trailer he put together. He put together these awesome overlays for us with art that he commissioned himself from one of his artist friends. So this dude has been putting in the time and putting in the energy to really take the Provokers to the next level. And so I just want to say from all of us, Tim, we really, really appreciate it, man. And you're just doing an awesome job. So round of applause for Tim from Tabletop Terrors.
You two at home. Clap, people.
Well, you know what? This is the best campaign I've ever been in, and I've never been able to be a player so consistently. I'm always DMing, so maybe it's all been bottled up for the last 20 years.
It's just all the player energy that you have is just vomiting up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 68 viewers, so that's pretty awesome. Thank you, everybody.
That's not counting multiple people.
Yes, apparently we have several Provokers viewing parties happening. I have been informed that there's one in Norway with 34 people. I don't know. There's nothing else to do in Norway. I've never been there, so.
Brought to you by Pepsi Max.
And they just shut it off.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, man, I can't believe he just slammed Norway out of nowhere.
He's Durgan. He's very rude.
No, but seriously, if you're in that Norwegian viewing party, hello. Thank you for stopping by and watching. We appreciate it. So really quick, before we get started, it's been a while. We're going to go through, reintroduce ourselves, and give a little tidbit about our characters and what our characters have achieved so far during the Provokers campaign. So starting us off, I am Matt. I run the channel Fistful of Dice, on which you're currently watching this game, and I am the Dungeon Master. Going left to right, in my vision, Barker.
Hey, I am Barker. I run the channel Be a Better Game Master. This is easily the greatest group that I've ever been a part of and been able to play with, so thank you guys very much. And I'm playing Aaron Dice Ellington, the wizard who has kind of become a cold elementalist.
Awesome. And I was going to say Juice, but Juice is gone, so...
We should take a shot every time someone drops. Let's see how long this lasts.
This is the Provokers drinking game. Every time you don't understand what someone says or someone drops, you take a shot. You'll be dead by morning, I promise. All right.
We'll call it the one-shot game.
The one-shot game. I like it. All right, Nate.
Yes, my name is Nate. I run the channel WASD20, and I am playing Erdon Seroshent, who is a wood elf fighter, and that's it.
Awesome. All right, Tim.
Hey guys, I am Tim, and the channel is Tabletop Terrors. I do the channel with my brother James. We're currently doing a huge relaunch, so if you like the Provokers trailer and if you like some of the stuff you're seeing, we're really going to try to be more of an entertainment channel, because that's kind of our flavor. So we're doing that, but I played Durgan Blood Mountain. Now look at this guy. Hey, look at this guy. Hey! I played Durgan Blood Mountain, the dwarven paladin who was driven to retribution by a terrible incident that the rest of the group doesn't know about yet.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so waiting on Juice to get back, but while we're waiting on that, I'm going to go ahead and recap what has happened thus far in the Provokers. So, the Provokers were not always together. They came into each other's lives as 4 wayward individuals, and fittingly enough, they met one another at the Wayward Wanderer, an old ruined watchtower converted into an inn and tavern by Rianne and Rorge, retired adventurers. While staying at the Wayward Wanderer, they first sort of bonded over a bar fight with Caldor, the half-orc, who decided to drunkenly pick a fight with them.
Like you
and
do.
From there they from there they were tasked by the hill dwarf Turl, who was a bit of a refugee, him and his people, from the town of Brook, which had been attacked by an unknown evil leading a horde of barbaric humans and giants and things of that nature. And so, feeling that they had somehow been called to this task, the Provokers set out to the town of Brook, and upon arriving, they did battle with the barbarians that had taken hold of that town and burned it to the ground and killed many people. They delved into the Temple of Gethion and recovered a relic of great importance to the people of Brook. This relic turned out to be a box of dirt, but it was the most fertile and rich soil in all the land, and so it was something that was very important and very meaningful to the people of Brook to be able to restart somewhere and re-sow, the seeds of their crops and their culture. However, after defeating the owlbear that was protecting the relic, they ran afoul of a being known only as the Corruptor, who the prevailing theory at this point, and it's pretty much been confirmed, is that the Corruptor was at one point a member of the Convocation, who are essentially the Jedi Knights of Aeronoth. They're part holy order, part police force. They fly around and deal with the problems that normal armies and normal people are unable to deal with. They are very few, but they're very mighty, very respected, and somewhat feared across the land. And so the thought of a Convoker going rogue and using its powers and its abilities for evil is quite a scary thought. So they managed to best the Corruptor in armed combat, and didn't leave without a few scrapes and bruises of their own, but managed to fight him off, and they returned this relic to Turl, a very thankful Turl and his people, and renewed some of the hope that the people of Brook had lost in the sacking and the burning of their town. From there, they sort of came up with a game plan. They met with Turl and Rianne and Rorge and sort of collectively decided that this war was too big for one group of adventurers. They needed allies, they needed resources, they needed military assets to be able to effectively combat this barbarian horde that was streaming up from the south, led by this evil being. And so they decided to head first to Stone Rift, the city in the Stormlands ruled by the great Thunder Dwarves, and the homeland of our own Durgan Blood Mountain. They first stopped in the town of Demeter, which is old ruins of the Khazran Empire. There they found it overrun with barbarians and giants and ogres, and they joined forces with the dwarven ranger Dagrim Boltthrower, an old acquaintance of Durgan's. Along with Dagrim and his rangers, they managed to rout the forces in Demeter, and they defeated Migrog Oakfell. A handful of dwarves died in the combat, but with the element of surprise and fine tactics, they managed to pretty much rout this entire army that was encamped there. Much to their horror, though, they found a crate of Stone Rift weapons packed and ready for shipment here in Demeter, leading them to believe that somebody in Stone Rift was responsible for the weapons ending up there, whether they shipped them out or sold them to the Horde. But it was very troubling to Durgan. And so they headed to Stone Rift for answers, along with Dagrim and the surviving Rangers. They also were tasked at one point with finding a dragon scale by the Dragonborn Keenra. They managed to secure a teleportation ring by giving Keenra a scale that may have been the scale he was looking for, but
really
they
hoping
came
it
to
was.
find in Demeter that it was not, in fact, the scale that Keenra was looking for, because they found the scale of Zertal in Demeter, which Erdon is now carrying. And so that will be interesting when they have to deal with that at some point.
I was really hoping you forgot about that. And then I scroll down in the comment, and someone says, "Don't forget about the scale." Thanks.
Thank you, viewers. That's awesome.
I'm not letting us off the hook.
Yeah, leave it to the... Now you guys have an audience, so you can't rely on me forgetting stuff. So they also found on Migrog a Convoker ring, which is a magical ring given to all members of the Convocation that gives them, some special abilities they can use. It gives them heightened armor, and it gives them the ability to basically speak in a booming voice. It's like a megaphone, essentially. And Brasswick has that ring now. So they ended up in the city of Stone Rift, and they were granted an audience with the two kings, Nosmer Stormhammer, king of the Toil, and Balrock Hornhelm, king of the March. And these two kings sort of, in league, rule the city of Stone Rift. Nosmer handles the labor, the industry, the commerce, and the lightning repositories of Stone Rift, whereas Balrock oversees everything military and police-wise. Balrock seemed very hesitant to help the Provokers or give them any aid in their fight against the Corruptor, and because of this, the Provokers decided it was best not to tell him about the weapons of Stone Rift. Nosmer, on the other hand, seemed frustrated with Balrock, that Balrock was, quote-unquote, sitting on his ass and not doing anything about the war that was happening just outside Stone Rift gates. And so the two seem like they're at odds at this point. But the last session ended with the Provokers meeting with Dagrim and deciding that they were going to look into the Stone Rift weapons themselves and then present the evidence whenever they were able to do so. So that is where we left the Provokers, and Juice is still not here.
I'll shoot him a message.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything I forgot?
No, I think you actually did a really good job.
Thank you. I'm giving myself inspiration.
Well, not that good.
Oh, not that good. Okay.
No. You could tell you could tell the viewers that you had to have the talk with us.
Oh, yes. I will. We hadn't really addressed the fact that, people die in Dungeons and Dragons. Characters die. But this campaign is a little bit different. These characters are beloved by an audience. People really like, Brasswick and Erdon and Durgan and Dice. And so we kind of had to, say, what if one of the characters dies? Because I don't like to pull punches, and, I'm not a malicious DM. I'm not out to kill characters, but I'm also going to kind of let the dice fall. And I've almost killed Durgan a couple times, so... but we all kind of decided that we were all going to let the dice fall where they may, and if a character dies, they're going to die. And yes, resurrection exists in the world. It's expensive. It's high level magic. But at this point, if a character dies, there's not a big chance of them coming back. So we kind of all decided that if somebody goes down, they're going down in a big epic way, because these characters are great. They're role played really well, and I think it would be even more meaningful to have them die because of the audience that we have, rather than just kind of dying around the game table. So that's what we decided, because I've been thinking about it a lot, and kind of brought it up to my fiance, and she was like, I hadn't really thought of that. Like, you have a lot of people that like those characters, and like you have art of those characters and stuff. So that's what I'll say about that.
I heard hints that dice will fall tonight a few times.
I'm gonna let the dice fall where they may.
Wait. like trip?
Trip and fall on a sword. Yeah, that's what.
That's exactly right. And hey, listen, before you try to kill me tonight, I just wanted to point out that I'm.
Okay, all right. I can't kill Durgan.
So, yeah,
Look,
definitely brought an apple the teacher on this one, boys.
But I am holding a fistful of dice right now. So
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Good.
I can't kill dice either. All right. So, everybody's here. I am going to talk for a little bit longer.
great.
I'm going to start this session off a little bit differently. We're going to begin the session in the ruins of Demeter, one day after the battle in which the Provokers killed Migrog Oakfell. So smoke is rising from Demeter. Bodies litter the streets of fallen ogres and barbaric humans, and there are dwarves laying here and there, dead with piles of enemies around them. They died taking many of the Corruptor's horde with them. A large, well-built woman, garbed in furs and leathers, branded with ice blue tattoos with flaming red hair, moves through the streets, stepping over the corpses of the fallen. Her name is Una Strongsong, and she is a mighty chiefess of Gavalt. Or she was once. She serves a new master now. The corpses of her kin, the proud savages of Gavalt, lay before her, charred by lightning, riddled with bolts, gutted by steel. There's hundreds of them dead. Una carries a lyre on her back, along with a brace of daggers and a pair of hand axes at her belt. She comes upon familiar faces laying in the street. Brothers and sisters, cousins, comrades in arms, lovers. She stops and kneels before them, and she sings quiet prayers to them, hoping that her words will find them in the fields of blood and bone where their souls now reside. She does this quietly and slowly, and eventually she comes to the temple at the center of town. 2 hill giants guard the entrance, leaning on their massive cudgels, their faces placid. Their chieftain has died. They look at Una as she approaches, and she gives a curt nod to both of them. She moves inside the temple, and there she finds her master. The Corruptor, they call him. She does not know his right name. He's massive and armored. His gaze burns from the dark hollows of the helm ever present on his head. Before him stands 4 of his lieutenants, all of them large human barbarians. They stand staring forward, their faces set grimly as the Corruptor speaks to them, berating them for their failure. His griffin, a great black winged beast, sits nearby, preening its feathers, picking the meat from bones. Una waits a moment and then clears her throat. And the Corruptor turns and regards her silently from behind his helmet. After a beat, he says, "What have you found?" She stands rigid and says, "Dwarves of Stone Rift, my lord. The siege weapons have been destroyed as well." The corruptor moves to a shattered crate of weapons. He nudges them with his boot, and he finds there a large black maul. He picks it up, turns it over in his hands, looking at this maul that has been left there in the pile of destroyed weapons. And he turns back to Una and he says, "Then our agreement with the Thunder Dwarves is forfeit. They will die with the rest." "There is something else, my lord," Una says. She brings out an arrow. It's cedar with moss green fletching. The corruptor takes the arrow and considers it for a moment in his gauntleted hands, and as he's looking at this arrow, he reaches up to his armor where a puncture is in the pauldron, and he rubs his shoulder, feeling the wound there that a similar arrow found not long ago. He looks at Una, and he says, "Gather your hell screamers. Find the elf who carries these arrows. Find the dwarf who left this maw. Bring me their heads." She nods to him. He shatters the arrow in his hand, and in one smooth motion draws a dagger from his belt and drags the blade across the throat of the nearest barbarian lieutenant. Blood spouts from his neck. He topples backwards, gargling on his last breath, and the corruptor speaks a single word to his griffin. The griffin lunges forward and begins feeding on the barbarian as he dies, his last screams drowned in blood. The corruptor leaves the dagger there on the floor, clattering. The rest of the lieutenants are terrified. They're shaking as they stand. The corruptor brushes past Una and then turns and says, "You will not fail me as Oakfell did." And then he moves off, his griffin in tow. He says in the doorway, "I have business in Shadevale. The loss here in Demeter is but a setback. Our march continues." Una replies, "Yes, my lord," and tries not to look at the man with his entrails spilling out in front of her.
Wow.
In Stone Rift, the Provokers sit in the tavern known as the Curtain. The Curtain is not quite a tavern. It's more of a swanky lounge. There's nothing dirty or grimy about this place. It's clean. Its lines are sharp. Everything is carved out of the black stone of Stone Rift. It's dimly lit with these flickering blue lightning lamps. And along the far wall of this place, there's no stone here separating the lounge from the canyon, but a curtain of cascading glacial water creates a water wall through which the blue light of these lamps filters and gives it this sort of strange electric beauty. The Provokers are seated in a stone booth. The smells of static lake ozone and broiled meat fill their nostrils, and the air is crisp and cool. They're sitting alone. It's just them. Dagram has gone off to see to some business. And they're all nursing drinks and food. There's mushrooms and racks of ram. And they're all sitting there discussing what they should do next. Erdon, what are you doing here in the curtain, and what are you saying to your comrades?
Well, I'm kind of picking at my food, and I'm sitting cross-legged, and I look up at them and I say, "We need to get out of here. I don't like this. I don't know if we're going to be getting any help, and I'm just not doing well here. I need trees. All this stone."
And Dice for plus, what's there not to like? And you look over and you see Dice is staring at this wooden 20-sided die. And on it are two numbers. There's a 20 and a 1. He hasn't carved the rest of the numbers. And he's practicing what is traditionally called mage hand. And he's just trying to really hone it in. And he's facing the 20 toward him. And then he turns it and faces the 1 toward him, and then he turns it back to the 20 and back to the 1 and back to the 20, and then he says, "You know, I know you miss your trees, but you know, this place isn't too bad."
Brasswick pulls out his holy book, and opens it up, looks through it, and says, "See, Dice, this is how you take care of a religious book." And as he says it, he closes it and sits back and says, "Does anyone feel like this place is symbolic of kind of our journey? We started in a tavern, and we went on and fought a darkness in the south, just like this stone marble here. And maybe these other things are signs of places where to go still. I'm feeling pretty good about this." When he puts his book back away.
I don't think I'll feel good until we're in Valhast and this is all over.
And Durgan would be uncharacteristically quiet at this point, kind of with a huge tankard of dwarven ale touching the bridge of his giant nose, just kind of letting it touch his lips and drinking it slower than you've probably ever seen him drink. He stares off a little bit of a soft gaze into the curtain, just kind of letting his eyes go to and fro, watching the electric light shimmer and shine as the water falls, making a slow whoosh.
Our journey's just begun, guys. There's so many things to see, and we handled ourselves pretty well back there. Don't you think?
I don't know. I suppose we've been lucky. I'll tell you one thing I don't like. And I walk over, I stand up, and I walk over to Dice. And I turn to him and I look and I see the dagger near his belt. And I actually crouch down and I touch it and I say, "If you're going to be with us, I need to know you have my back. I need to teach you how to use this. The spells, yeah, they're all nice tricks and all, but..." And I take his hand and I press the dagger into his hand and I say, "Here's what I trust."
And as soon as you do so, he loses the concentration on the die, and it just falls to the ground, and it rolls underneath one of the tables, and he kind of looks to you, and he holds the dagger, and he says, I've never in my life found it easy to kill anybody." And he actually kind of, he takes it, and he sheaths it again, and he says, "And I don't think that's ever going to be the case. But you'll always have my back. My dagger is in here. My weapon is in Falhast right now, awaiting a consequence that she would never deserve, awaiting a fate that she probably doesn't even know about. That's what fuels me. There is no blade that can cut finer than that."
And Durgan would set his drink down and he would look at Dice and he'd say, "Are you any good to her dead?"
He looks at Durgan and then he kind of looks back at Eridon, and he says, "You've got me. I'm behind you all the way. Like, what's going on here?"
I just don't want you to think that it's making it easier to kill others. I want you to think it's easier to keep yourself alive. And there's a difference. You're no good to any of us, dead.
He nods and he kind of smiles and he pats you on your pauldron, and then immediately goes, "Ow, shit! You should clean those." No, you guys, you're my brothers now, and whatever you need, I'll be there. And I sure as hell expect the same from you, because I can't do this by myself. And he immediately kind of ducks under the table and attempts to feel his way around under the table for this 20-sided die. And he...
Hey, whoa, a little high there. That's not the die.
Sorry. And he sees it. He sees the die underneath the table that he had personally carved. And the number on the top that's just gleaming at him makes him just frown a little bit while staring at that one. And he lets out a sigh, and no one would see it but him, most likely. But when he sighs outward, he would see this steam just kind of breathe out of his lungs, similar to someone who had been outside on a winter's day, just breathing out. And he blinks, a long blink for a long moment, grabs it and shoves it inside of a piece of paper and pockets it and comes back out. So what are we doing? We can't stay here for too long. And he kind of looks around and then ducks in. You know, the stuff that we found in Demeter. What does that mean?
I don't know. It makes me a little leery about things around here. While I like it here, it reminds me of home, especially the coldness here. I don't know. Maybe, Durgan, what do you think? What are your thoughts? This is home to you.
And then Durgan lets out a big sigh as though he's been putting off saying what he's about to say. So a weight leaves his chest as he puts down his flagon and he says, "Aye, a moment ago, Dice, you said that you considered yourself my brother. Am I right?"
Yes, you're right.
And would the rest of you say that you also consider yourself to be my brother? I mean, are we as close as we can get? Blood brothers in battle. Well,
a little battle goes a long way.
Exactly. Dwarves and elves existing together. So the thing of it is, if we're brothers, then it's probably time you met my father.
So this relationship's getting serious, isn't it, Dirk?
Aye. Because...
Are you sure you're ready to take this to the next level with us?
Aye.
That blue beard's got you soft, brother.
The thing of it
point
is,
out his blue beard, okay?
and you see Durgan kind of stroking his thumb as though he's getting used to it. The thing of it is, in all of Stone Rift, you never met a more stupid, stubborn, pig-headed bastard, other than myself, than my father. But I also trust him more than anyone else. And I hate to say it, but I think we need to go to him to see what he thinks we should do.
Interesting.
You lead the way.
Well, I can't help but get the feeling that we're being watched. Somebody here in Stone Rift. They're trading weapons to the giants. And if they're trading weapons to the giants, if they're strong enough to do that, then they're strong enough to maybe get us arrested, detain us, even hold us for an extra day. It could cost us this war. So we've got to be smart about it. I can't have some wood elf going in, sneaking in my Da's house. They'll probably try to crush you like a grape. But I don't know how to get there. The four of us can't just go traipsing through the streets anymore. It's dangerous now.
What's your father like, Durgan?
Imagine me, but older, more stubborn, and blind.
I'm blind. What's his name?
Bulgren.
Balgren.
Bulgren Blood Mountain. Foreman of the bolt throwers. Oh.
Hard to be a foreman when you're blind.
Aye.
Well, if he's blind, that's great. I've been working on my dwarven accent. He won't know the difference.
Aye. Oh. It's a little high pitch for us, but I think you've got it, boy.
I'll keep working on it.
The reason why he's blind is the reason why I hate this place. An accident happened. I'm not going to get into it. But this city abandoned him. As soon as he was injured, he led 25 men a day, casting bolts, throwing, going through, and making this city run. One accident, one explosion. He loses his hand, he loses his sight, and the city casts him aside with a meager wage. That's no city of mine.
That's too bad.
Aye, and they wanted me to take his place, and I didn't. And that's why, if you've noticed the tension around here, that's why everybody looks at me crooked, because they think that I abandoned my post. But as we both know, it's a dead-end road. We gotta figure out how to sneak in to see my old man without everybody seeing us.
Do you know a way? Or
I know 3 or 4 ways, but you can't hide a wizard, and you can't hide this fella, and I point to Erdon, who's probably a good, 2-3 feet taller than me. Not unless you want to walk on your knees and practice that accent.
I don't walk on my knees for anybody. And I quickly kind of pull my hood over my head, too, and just kind of self-consciously hiding my pointy ears. And I'm looking nervously about, just kind of making sure that there are no wandering eyes. I've become rather paranoid all of a sudden.
And in your paranoia, Erdon, well, first of all, you all definitely notice a bit of a shift in attitude with Erdon. He definitely seems on edge and a little bit quicker to anger here in Stone Rift, and you're not sure if it's just the being here in this stone city or not, but you're definitely detecting a change in him. But Erdon, you're looking around this bar, and there are a few dwarves casting glances at the table. It's not typical that they see elven blood and human blood here in Stone Rift, and so they're not obviously not threatening glares, but more just curious, trying to see what's going on over at the table. But you catch one gaze in particular. There's a dwarf sitting not too far away from where you all are seated. He has black hair, and he looks somewhat gaunt and emaciated for a dwarf. He has a very sort of sharp, bony face, and his face is just riddled with these piercings. And you see that his black hair is kind of sticking out in all directions, but there's a big bald spot right in the center of his head, and it's just scar tissue running all the way down in a forked pattern down the side of his face, almost as if a lightning bolt hit him right in the crown of his head. And he's sitting there, and he's just blankly, just unabashedly staring at your table, like just eyes wide, and just kind of trembling a little bit, staring at the table. And you almost do a double take, seeing this guy, whoa, that guy's really staring over here. And as soon as you look at him and meet his gaze, he looks down and starts fidgeting with something on the table.
I would definitely approach and get a little closer to him and try to see if I can catch his gaze again. I'm just peering, almost tempting him to look at me.
And as you do so, you see that he's definitely, he looks at you out of the corner of his eye, and when he sees you looking, he looks down again and he starts messing with something, and you see that he has this, it looks like a brass cube, probably about, size of like a can of Coke. He's sitting there with this brass cube, and he's just kind of, like fidgeting with it and like turning different parts of it. It almost looks like a Rubik's Cube that he's messing with.
Dice would put his hand on Erden's shoulder and say, "Hey, maybe we should leave this to the dwarves."
Okay, and as soon as the hand touched my shoulder, I would immediately turn around and just go. And then,
All right, man. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Brasso could probably nudge Durgan and then ask him, like, "Hey, do you know who this guy is?"
I was just going to ask our studious DM if I do know who this guy is. Is that something I need to roll for? Or?
You do actually know this guy quite well. He's got a bit of a reputation among the Bolt Keepers of Stone Rift. This guy's name is Ferdin Thunderstruck Cobblebeard. Cobblebeard is his proper name, but everyone calls him Thunderstruck because he's one of the few dwarves... Thank you. He's one of the few dwarves to survive a bolt to the head. And survive is, sort of loosely put. This guy is not right in the head. The lightning bolt definitely messed with his his brain a little bit, and he's obviously not bolt keeping anymore. And he wanders around the city. And he's known for this puzzle box that he carries around. It's a puzzle box that he can't get open. He loves riddles. And he's just a little weird, but he's also very perceptive. He sees everything. He pays attention to everything, and he picks up on little details. And even if you haven't met him personally, Durgan, you would definitely know of him. And he may have worked with your father. While your father was foreman.
Excellent. I would definitely relay that information, probably pretty quickly, like just a name and a quick rundown of what you just said.
Cool. And he's still sitting over there, and occasionally he glances up, and if he sees anyone looking at him, he looks down, keeps playing with the puzzle box. And Erdon, your sharp elf ears, you actually pick up on something that he's saying. You see that his lips are moving, and you hear him say, almost inaudibly, you hear him say, "Weapons walking away, weapons walking away, weapons walking away."
And I turn to Durgan at this time, and I would kind of look down at him and say, "He's saying weapons walking away," or something like that. You're from around here. Why don't you go talk to him? Find out why in the Nine Hills he's staring at me.
Well, are you sure that's what he said?
That's right.
You sure? He's not right in the head. I know who that is. It's Thunderstruck. I can approach him, but it's a fool's errand. It's just like talking to a kid.
Can't hurt to try. I mean, maybe.
Right.
Do you think he heard? Do you think he heard us earlier when we were talking about, Demeter and the stuff, the crates?
If he did, it doesn't matter. He can't string it all together. It's like he's looking at the world from the outside, and he sees things that maybe we can't see. But truth be told, he can't explain it quite right either. So, I know he does love ale. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. And I go up to the barkeep, and I would order something that I would think an old bolt thrower would dig on, like maybe like a specialty or something like that, some kind of house special, something that shows that bolt thrower pride. And then I would walk over to old Thunderstruck, and I would probably handle it. How would Durgan? Durgan would probably, "Oi, Thunderstruck! Hey!" And I would set down the tankard, and I would have my own, and I would just start talking to him like we saw each other yesterday.
Yeah. So what you probably get is the specialty here at the Curtain is the static shot, and it's a shot of blue liquor that is electrified. So when you drink it, you get a little jolt. It actually electrocutes you just a little bit. And the dwarves like it because it puts their beard and their hair just on end. It just makes it stick up everywhere. And so it's a favorite of drunken dwarves to take a shot and when their beards start sticking out. So you probably get them a static shot.
I would have definitely got one for myself as well.
Yeah. So you set him down, and you start talking, and he's looking down at this puzzle box, and he briefly looks up, and he sees the shot, and he just says, Durgan, son of Bulgrin, Clan Blood Mountain, you're not here anymore. And he keeps fidgeting with the puzzle box.
I think in this case, I am going to try to do a persuasion roll.
Yeah.
I'm going to just try to do that, basically trying to play into it, trying to weirdly gain his trust, like I'm talking to Rain Man, trying to, definitely $100. Like, yeah. I'm just like, I'm sure I'm like, oh yeah, buddy, you want a candy bar? Like, so I'm going to roll and see. Okay, so the total roll is an 11.
Okay.
So the total roll is an 11.
Okay. So what exactly do you say to him?
So I would try to say something like, "Oh, I'm actually here. And I would just falter for a second and then decide that I need to divulge this to gain his trust. And I go, "No, I'm actually here to see my dad. I haven't seen him in a while. I was just, I'm just stopping for a drink. Figured I'd buy you a drink. And so how have things been? How have you been?"
He listens to you and he reaches for the shot. And he says, "You can see your father, but he can't see you."
Oh, it's a blind joke. You've always been so funny. It's 'cause he can't see. So
I don't think that's funny.
Oh, me either. Oh, that's not funny at all. It's terrible what happened to him. It's terrible.
He takes the shot, and his beard, his hair stands on end, and he sort of reaches up and starts smoothing it down, and he says, your father is not here. What do you want?"
I would take the shot, and I would do mine. And if it's okay, what I would like to happen is I would like for 3 blue hairs to just start to go like this. And just and the rest is relatively fine, but the blue hairs really gravitate with electricity, and then it's like all of them slowly start rising. And I'm just totally going, I don't even notice.
And he's fixated on these blue hairs. As soon as they start sticking up, his eyes just go wide, and he's looking at them, and he watches them rise up.
I'm just like, well, you see, the thing of it is, I've heard that you know things about things, and I know that you see things that other people don't see. And Durgan would just go out on a limb at this point, and he would kind of lean in and try to look as sincere as possible, and he would say, "I know that some of the weapons have gone missing because I found them in the hands of our enemies, and I want to help."
And he's just shaking his head as soon as you say that, and he says, "Weapons walked away. They're not here. They're walking away. They're not supposed to, but they are."
And we can fix it. Where are they walking? Right? Can we follow them? Right? What if we take a walk? Do you want to go for a walk? No. How about another drink? Would you like another drink?
Yes.
Okay. And then I kind of look at the barkeep and I'm like, make it 4. And so I basically just get a platter of drinks, and I do another one. And then, of course, now all my hair is just, and I don't even care. I'm just intently trying to convince this guy with my hair looking like Robin Williams from Jumanji.
He takes another shot too, and back at the table, you guys just see you're hearing the muffled conversation, and just hair just sticking up everywhere, and like little like you can see little like arcs between the strands as they're taking these shots. And so he takes second shot, he takes the third one, his hair's standing up all over the place, and he kind of sits back in his chair and he leans forward and he says, "Brothers and sisters, I have none. But this man's father is my father's son."
Okay. Yeah.
And he's
I'll drink to that, and I drink one of the other ones. Agreed. Yeah, I'm with you.
No. You're supposed to tell me what that is. Durgan, son of Bulgrin of Clan Blood Mountain.
I'm not good with riddles, is the thing.
Mm.
Listen, wait, though. I know a guy. Can you give me, like, 5 dwarven minutes? Like, you just wait right here. I'm going to go right there. You see the other dwarf? There's another dwarf there. Super cool guy. I'm going to be... Can you wait right here?
Yes.
Okay.
And he just sits back and he picks the puzzle box back up and starts messing with it again as you get up.
So I go back over to the guys, and this is how well I would relay this riddle to them. Okay, decently. I would relay it. Now, do I have to literally remember it and tell them?
No, I'll say you remember it. So the riddle is, brothers and sisters I have none, but this man's father is my father's son.
I have a magical level 3 spell called Google It.
If I was gonna say, if I see anybody's fingers like this, I'm like,
Check my email.
So let's check them out. Look, so I would relay that to everybody, and in game and out of game, I don't know that. It's one of those that's on the tip of my mind. Like I've heard it before, but I can't remember the answer.
He's talking about himself. Right?
Look at my hair. I'm like 3 in. Do you think that I'm really gonna have the presence of mind? And I start like stroking my beard down, like fixing my hair. I came to you for a reason.
Brothers and sisters he has none, but this man's father is my son.
Is my father's son. This man's father is my father's son.
Okay, so let's think of it here. Okay, so you've got...
And I'm not checking the comments because I know there's going to be a bunch of people watching who are like, "It's this." The answer is it's a fawn. It's a fawn.
It's an egg. It's an egg. Tolkien's worst riddle. All right, so
Maybe
so
a step sibling?
Yeah, half brother or a step brother or
This man's...
I don't know.
An
But he
orphan.
just-
Could it be an orphan?
Stepson. Well, no, 'cause this man's father is my father's son.
I suck at riddles.
I'm pretty good, but
good at
Aradon has an
fighting.
intelligence of 7.
Man, I don't know riddles. Grumble.
I was gonna say
I frustratingly say, why do these dwarves talk in riddles?
out of game, I would be like, yeah, Aradon figured out the last one. Remember?
That was because it had to do with the woods.
All right. So what? Yeah. Right. No kidding. So what if we let's talk it out and like use it in game. Like if we talk it out on the I would probably like Durgan would probably like take the empty tankards and things and start like mapping it out. Like, okay, you've got a father, you've got a son, you've got this guy, and then he'd start like making it like, you know what I mean. So I would be.
As this is going on, I just start praying.
Oh,
And I'm just thinking and praying
I think I have it.
and muttering things.
I might have it.
Okay.
I'm moving the mugs around with you.
Okay.
And,
Yep.
the tankards. And I All right, so you put this one here. This one is my father. This is his son.
All right.
And then if this one's the father, then this is his son.
Wait, so he's talking about himself.
No, I think he's talking about his son. Does he have any children?
Oh. Would I know if he had any kids?
Yes, you actually do know that before the accident, he had a wife and a kid, but they are not really in his life anymore since the accident.
Since he went.
Exactly. And his son's name is Lairden.
Lairden. Okay, so I would answer Erdon. I'd go, he's got a boy and a wife. They're not around anymore. After he took a bolt to the face, you know.
Just lucky it wasn't one of my guiding bolts.
Don't forget, everything's funnier to Durgan. He's like 3 or 4 in at this point. So he's like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
This is no time for laughing. Go ask him about his son.
Okay, all right. And so I would go back over there, and I would just take their word for it. And I'd go back, I'd sit down, I'd go, I'll need like another 3 drinks. 4. Make it 4. Keep them coming. And so,
do any of you guys
and then
have any
I'd
money
say,
to pay for this?
Yeah, I would pretend I didn't hear that.
that.
I would totally pretend I didn't hear that, especially 3 or 4 in. I would say, is it Lairden? Is that the answer to the riddle?
Yes. You're right.
Aye! Let's drink to that. And does he drink or no?
He takes a shot, takes another one, and you notice that like the drinks just do not affect him. Like he just keeps taking them, and he's just the same. And he takes a shot, puts the glass down, he grabs the puzzle box and puts it back in his pocket, and he leans forward and he says, the weapons, they're walking away from the repository. They're walking away from Gremdal.
No.
And I don't think that your father's accident was one.
And you would see Durgan turn white as this kind of started to seep in, and then you would slowly start to see him turn red, and then you would see as his hand is sitting on the corner of the table, if it's possible, depending on how strong the table is, a piece would basically almost like automatically, instinctively just break off in his hand. So like he would just take a piece of the table off automatically. Just, like so furious, but just calm.
And Thunderstruck is sitting there, and he's just watching this happen, and he doesn't seem afraid. It's like he knew that this information was going to set you off. And he stands up from the table, and he says, "That's all I can give you. Durgan, son of Bulgrin of Clan Blood Mountain."
And I would look for the man that used to be in there. And I would just look him as deep in the eyes as I could, trying to find that person. I would clasp my hand on his shoulder and I'd say, "Thank you."
And for a second, you see reason in his eyes, and he nods to you and he says, Follow the coins, Durgan." And he walks out of the tavern.
So I would definitely go back to the group, and I would try to relay this information but I think my head would be swimming. I don't think it would be clear. So I would just kind of relay it to them in bits and pieces, probably circularly. I got to tell you this to tell you that. Very drawn out. And then when I was finished, I would just kind of sit there and put my head in my hand.
Brasswick's very confused how a dwarf gets so drunk so quick, thinking to himself, this guy's weak. And then he says, Durgan, are you okay?
I'm just... It's a lot to take in. You realize that this is what this means. This means that it goes back. It means I was mad at my father for the wrong reasons. We've got to find him. I've got to find him. I got to make sure. I have to make sure he's okay. And probably for the first time since way back when we were fighting the owlbear, you kind of see Durgan a little more rattled than he has been in the last couple combats.
Don't worry, Durgan. You still have my axe.
Aye. And so after I relay all of the information about the weapons, about, they're walking away from Grimdall, about the fact that my father's accident wasn't an accident, I would just tell them, I'd say, I'm not clear-headed enough to think straight. I'm looking to you all. Just tell me what we need to do next.
We need to find your father. Quick, see what he knows. And I pull out of my cloak, I pull out a little switch of grass, and I start to chew on it nervously.
So where's the last place your father may have went?
Durgan, you know that the living areas of Stone Rift, it's essentially like apartments. Like if you've ever seen the new Dread movie, like that the big giant like mega towers.
A hive?
Yeah, with the big like just opening in the center with the apartments going up and up and up and up. That's kind of how the like living quarters work in Stone Rift. So there's no houses. There's just little alcoves like honeycombed here and there. So your father is probably still living in the same apartment that he was, before you left.
Okay, and that's kind of what I would tell them. I would just say, he's probably still living in squalor, thanks to the fine pension of Stone Rift.
Yeah, and you would know like the further down you go towards the bottom of the canyon, like the poorer it becomes. Like the closer you get to the repository where it's loud and like unsafe, that's where like the poorer people live. And your father lives pretty far down there.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. So then that's where I would tell them to go. I'd still look to them and I would just try to figure out. I'd say, but we still have to move as though someone is trying to kill us. We know way too much now.
Dice would agree, and before we set off, he'd again just kind of look Durgan in the eyes and say, I mean, we've done battle together, all four of us, for a box of dirt. I think we can handle anything. So don't worry, man. We'll take care of this.
And that would be the first smile that you would see kind of run across Durgan's face since the whole, conversation.
He sees your bunch of missing teeth from getting hit with the earth elemental back in Demeter.
Yep. He'd be like,
smash. Nice.
So knowing we're about to get up and leave, I actually take everyone's drink one by one and just finish them. And then I see another dwarf at another table who seems to be sleeping with two of those shots on the table, and I take both of those as well. And I look to them and I say, "What? Can't let it go to waste."
I was going to take that for the road.
Yeah, right, Alf.
The tab, by the way, for the drinks and the food is 15 silver.
Yeah, I'll pay it. I'll pay 1
Brasswick.
silver.
Yeah.
Or 10 silver, I mean, not 1.
And while he's paying, I would probably walk toward the door and just kind of toss over my shoulder, "I'll be out here waiting when you're ready." And I kind of go out. Is it dark outside right now?
It is nighttime, but in Stone Rift, because you're sort of inside the wall of the canyon, everything is lit with these blue lamps. So,
Okay.
it's almost like, I mean, they are like fluorescents. Like the blue light is starting to get to you a little bit, Aridon. It's making you really irritable, and it's hurting your eyes. You're getting a headache with all this blue light.
Yeah, so I would probably walk outside, and I would just kind of pace near the door, and I'm taking that grass, and I'm kind of just, I'm smelling it, and I'm putting it back in my mouth and just pacing.
And as you're out there, you're smelling the grass, and you get a flash in your head. You get a very brief image of, you see Shadevale. Just for a moment, you see the green, golden glow of sunlight filtering through the leaves of Shadevale. And then, in an instant, it's burning. It's on fire. There's ash in the air, and you see the trees toppling as they get brittle with the fire. And then, as quickly as it happened, you're back in Stone Rift.
And I would probably kind of stagger and lean against the side of the building and just kind of pound my fist on the wall. Shake my head.
And Dice is following you out, Aridon, and just doing his best to comfort you or whatever.
Yeah, you would definitely, as you exit the curtain, Dice, you would see Aridon kind of leaning against the wall, looking like he's having a not a fit, but somewhat of a moment of anger and frustration.
Hey man, the faster that we can get out of here, the faster we can get you back to the Shadevale. Where you, I think we should probably end up going there anyway.
I saw it burning. I don't know what it means. I feel you're supposed to be the impatient one. It's the human side of you, but get me out of here.
Like a vision? You saw like a vision of it burning?
Never mind.
Okay.
And Dice, this definitely strikes you as odd. It's not normal for people to just have, vivid images like that flash through their mind.
Well, let me know if you see one about Falhast, okay? And then I'll be on board. 27.
All right.
27 days. 27 days. 27 days.
And I would just kind of lean over and kind of tap him on the shoulder with my hand.
Brasswick tells Aridon, maybe next time you should lay off some of these dwarven specialty drinks. Why don't you?
Yeah, whatever.
And without even looking back, Dice says, "And here comes Brasswick to change the mood."
Right on schedule.
That's what I do.
He turns back and smiles, and then I guess, what do you guys think? We head off to the apartment.
Mm-hmm. And I suggest we kind of wait till, we need to wait till the coast is clear here, and I don't want to be going through any high traffic areas.
Right.
Can't be spotted.
And I don't know what time of day it is exactly, but maybe I would suggest that we would wait for a shift change in the in the bolt mines or something where there'd be a lot of people just droning about the streets.
Yeah, it's probably about 7 o'clock in the evening, and shift change usually happens around 8 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock in the morning. 12-hour shifts. So you imagine if you're trying to disappear into a crowd, you'd want to wait for 8. If you're trying to get down there before there's a crowd, you probably want to leave now.
I would offer that up to them, and I would explain, we've got 2 options. We can go mingle within. At 8 p.m., the streets are going to be full of dwarves. Or, if we want to go, we can be alone on the streets. We have to go now. So, it's either hide in plain sight, or hide in plain sight with more people.
say we go right now. And he looks back. Dice looks back to Erdon. The faster we get out of here, and the faster we complete this mission, or whatever you call it, the better.
Aye.
I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this place too. No offense, Durgan.
Oh, none taken. Yeah, none taken at all.
Everyone, give yourself a point of inspiration for awesome role playing in the tavern.
Nice.
So, Durgan, you lead the rest of the Provokers through the, I say streets, but they're more like corridors because everything is built into the side of this canyon. So you take them through the corridors of Stone Rift, and you come to one of the lifts that is powered by these water wheels. So there's these glacier-fed rivers that are pouring down into Stone Rift, and the dwarves long ago, before they even started harnessing the lightning, learned that by setting up water wheels on the side of the canyon, they could harness the power of these rivers coursing. And so all of these lifts to take you down to the lower levels are powered by these wheels. So you hop on one of the lifts, and it's you four and a couple of other dwarves. It's pretty light right now on the streets, and the dwarves kind of look at Dice and Erdon and kind of have these like okay looks on their face, but don't push it. They see that you're all carrying weapons and looking fairly capable, so they don't want to attract any attention from you guys. Likewise, so. But the lift lurches and then starts lowering downwards, and it's a very odd experience for everyone except for Durgan. Basically riding down, and you can see the levels of Stone Rift falling away as they rise above you, and the lift stops at a couple places, and dwarves get on, and dwarves file on, and they file off, and at a couple of stops, these armored guards file on, and they definitely are looking at Erdon and Dice a little suspiciously, and kind of talking amongst themselves, and then moving on to the next level. And eventually you're getting down, it's getting darker and darker, and you can see the canyon walls rising up above you to the point where, looking up, the night sky is a thin line running over the horizon because you're so deep in this canyon. And you're the only ones on the lift at this point, and it comes to a lurching stop, and you all kind of stagger a little bit as it stops, and the gates open up, and you're met with a narrow, dark hallway leading into the mouth of the canyon, or not the mouth, but the wall of the canyon, and there's definitely less lamps down here, fewer lamps down here. There's, up above, there's, one maybe every 10 feet down here. There's one maybe, every 20 or 30 feet. It's definitely dimmer and darker down here than it is further up.
So as we're walking by lamps, though, I definitely want to brighten each one so I can see further.
Awesome. Yeah, you do so using your thaumaturgy.
Yep.
And Durgan, you know the way to the apartment. This is where you grew up. It's kind of surreal being back here after two years of wandering the Southlands. But you almost automatically head towards the apartment, and the heavy stone door is sitting there, and you see the placard on the door. It says Blood Mountain. Oh, you're muted, Tim.
Yeah, sorry, I was horking down pizza.
Durgan says,
I was thinking that as we're walking through the corridors, we would do that thing that you do if you go to your old stomping grounds, where maybe I would step over a little divot that maybe everyone else kind of tripped on. Those kinds of little things, just automatically.
Yeah.
Kind of swing a door sign. Just the things. So as I get to the door, I would just remind everyone, brace yourselves. I didn't leave on the best of terms. And then I imagine that there would be some kind of a knock denoting who I was, something like maybe a family thing, maybe a clan thing, I'm not sure. But I would kind of do like a something like that, and I'd go, I'm home. Are you awake in there?
And you just hear, "All right, come in."
And then I would say to them, don't knock anything over. Just trust me on this. It's going to be a little messy, but don't touch anything. And so then I'd come in, double creak. I have to just have...
It's like in stereo, man. That's awesome.
Awesome. That chorusing effect you did with your vocal cords there.
That was my
now
best.
harmonize with yourself. That's cool.
Yeah. I've never had a jinx with somebody via sound effect.
Yeah, that's I can't say that's ever happened to me either.
Internet high five.
Real.
So as the door double creaked, I would kind of step in, and again, I'd just take in the smell of my old house, kind of glance around, look at where maybe my room used to be. What I mean, that whole thing.
And it smells pretty rank. It smells like an old blind dwarf lives here by himself. And to everyone else, it looks like a filthy, dusty, really shitty apartment. And in the center of the main room, as you enter, you see sort of laid up in it. It's almost a recliner sitting there. It's this sort of stone, sort of arching piece of furniture. And there's this dwarf laying on it, and he's laying there, and he's wearing pants and nothing else. He's not wearing a shirt. His gut is hanging over the waistband of this shirt, and he's sitting there. And even though he's not the dwarf he used to be, you sort of detect this intense pride emanating from Bolgren Blood Mountain. And he doesn't look as you enter Durgan, but the rest of you see that, if Durgan was like 200 years older, with white hair, a lot craggier, a lot wrinklier, this is what he would look like. This is definitely Durgan's father, and he's sitting there with his unkempt hair and beard, and you see on his right arm, where there should be a hand, there's just a stump. And his eyes, one of them is milky white, and the other one is completely gone. And you see his eye sockets look like they're charred. They're just horribly scarred and burned. And he's sitting there on this chair in the dimly lit apartment, and you see dust floating through the blue light of the lamp in here. And he speaks to you, Durgan, like you've been gone for 2 minutes. He says, "Did you pick up drinks while you're out?"
Actually I did, but I ran into old Fern, and I wouldn't call him thunderstruck to my dad, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think my dad would probably get ticked off as maybe I almost start to. I ran into old Fern. I ran into Ferdinand, and I actually, shared them with him. So I'll get you some. I'll get you some before I leave.
Hey, who are your friends?
These are. So it's elf. His name's Erdon, and then there's this wizard. His name's Dice. And then it's a fellow dwarf. He's a fellow dwarf. His name is Brasswick. From the Feeblehammers. It's from far on back, but you remember that.
You brought an elf and a wizard into our home?
Aye, but also a dwarf and myself, of course.
I know you're here.
And your place just looks beautiful, by the way.
He says, "I'm blind. I can hear your sarcasm." He says, "Come in and sit. You've been gone a while, Durgan."
Aye, so here you, and I would kind of point everybody, and there would be things everywhere. But I'd be, you sit here, and I would be carefully moving things. Hey, you sit here, all right, and then and I would probably sit on the floor in a well-worn spot where I probably sat there listening to stories from my dad long, long ago.
Yeah, and actually, you know this place better than anyone, Durgan. So, Tim, why don't you describe what the apartment looks like, kind of the finer details of it, if you would, please.
Sure. So, like you said, this is definitely someone. It's a blind person's, their attempt at living a decent enough life. So, it's one of the things where if you looked around, you would see that there are some well-worn paths and everything else is piled up around it. Other than that, you would see that there was a very proud wall of memorabilia, things from the bolt-throwing trade, the professional side of things, probably some placards, some certificates of some sort on stone, whatever that is for years of service, things like that. And you would see that there was one place, one small area that remained crystal, just beautiful, pristine. And you would see that there was a small portrait of my mother there and some of her things. And anyone reasonably astute could tell that she's gone, she's passed. But you would see that is the one clean place in the whole house. And for anyone who is keen of sight, you could also see some bolt-throwing trophies from Durgan's youth somewhere on the walls. And that's pretty much it.
So you all come in and sit down, and Durgan points you to safe places to sit and avoid, knocking anything over.
What does what does, I would say, Brasswick knock off of an end table on accident?
He goes,
I am swift.
Whatever it is, Dice just mage hands it and catches it and dude.
And Durgan would kind of just look over his shoulder and then just give you a very thank you look.
I mean, this really is just like when you're in school and your friend finally invites you over to his house that you've never been to, and he's like, "Oh, my dad's kind of weird, and he works the night shift, so he's asleep, so you really need to be careful." You're all just kind of
Oh.
That was a very specific story there, Matt.
It's almost like it's happened to me before.
Dude, yeah, right. Yeah. It's happened to all
What
of us.
What can I say? I'm inspired by real life, So Bolgrin is sitting there in this stone recliner, for lack of a better term, and he says, "Durgan, what the hell are you doing here?"
And I could tell half of me wants to small talk him and kind of, "How's your hand? Oh, how've you been?" But I realize that it's probably not the best way to do it. And so I would just say it the best way that I think I could come up with, and I'd say, I wanted to talk to you about your wanted to talk to you about your accident. And my voice would kind of crack as I said it, almost like returning me to a tender young dwarf of 50.
He sighs, and he reaches over, and you see there's a pile of flasks next to him, and he rifles through them, and he grabs one and he shakes it, and he hears there's something in there. He takes a swig and he says, You leave for 2 years, and you come back, and you want to talk about the accident?
Look, it's important. It's the how did it happen? Why did it happen?
Durgan, bolt keeping's dangerous. We're working with lightning. You've seen Ferdin. He took a bolt to the head. I'm better off than he is. At least I'm right up here. Why are you asking about this, Durgan? I don't have anything more to say to you about it.
And then at that point, it would just kind of all these thoughts, all these emotions, I would kind of look around, and I think that I would catch probably a glance of the clean spot where I could just kind of see where my mom, I'm reminded of that, and it's a lot at once. And so I think that what would happen is that Durgan would be like, "Aye, but you're not Ferdin. Da, I've seen you handle more lightning than anyone else. It's why they made you the boss. You could handle it. It wasn't that. It was never that. I mean, you've got to admit, the circumstances surrounding the whole thing were very odd. Nothing went wrong, Da. You checked everything. You double-checked. You did everything you do. You triple-checked. I mean, listen. Is there a chance that it wasn't an accident?"
He finally looks up, and he's blind, but he looks where you are, Durgan, and he's looking at you with his one white eye and his one charred hollow socket where the lightning just basically melted his eye. And he's looking at you, and he says, "What do you want me to say, Durgan?" "No, I don't think it was an accident."
And you see Durgan's shoulders kind of just drop, like this weight just hits him in the face, like, and he would just, "Why didn't you ever say that?"
"I'm old, Durgan. If they didn't want me being foreman anymore. They tried to buy me out. I didn't take it. So maybe they tried something else. You're right. In all my years as foreman, there was no accidents. Any bolt of lightning I took, I was careful about it. But that day there was something wrong with the lightning catcher. It's possible they tampered with it. It's possible it wasn't meant for me, but it's possible it was. A few days before the accident, a couple of the keepers came up to me and they said, "Bogren, you're getting old. How'd you like to retire?" I said, "Sort off. I ain't retiring." And they said, "Well, how'd you like to earn a little bit of extra coin?" And they had gold I ain't seen before. It wasn't stone rift gold. Something else. It was square. It had a feather on it. I remember that. There was a feather on the coin. He asked, "How'd you like to earn some extra coin?" And I said, "How'd you like to keep your heads? Get on my sight." That's what I told him, Durgan. 2 days later, I took a bolt to the face. The whole catcher went up, exploded. And my hand went as I brought my hand up, trying to shield my eyes. And now, here I sit on my throne. This is where I'll be. I was hoping you'd take over, Durgan. I was hoping you would.
I didn't know. I didn't.
Did they pay you? Did they pay you, Durgan? Did they pay you not to take the job?
No. Listen, if I'd have known, understand, nothing would have stopped me from getting revenge. Do you understand? I'd have crossed 5 oceans to Sir Saline if I would have known that it was something that they did to harm you intentionally.
I know, Durgan. I know. That's why I didn't tell you.
Well, you told me now. And these men, the elf, the wizard, I'm telling you, they spill more blood defending me than anyone in Stone Rift, except for you and Ma. And I'm telling you right now that we're going to make it right, because no one can come into our home and provoke us and expect that there won't be retribution.
Bulgrin nods, and he kind of sweeps his gaze, for lack of a better word, over Erdon and Brasswick and Dice, and he says, There's something dark at the heart of the rift, boy. It's a different place. I'm sure you've noticed. I can't stop you. I couldn't stop you from leaving 2 years ago. And I can't stop you from pursuing this now, but I will tell you that this goes deeper than you think it does.
Aye.
Tread carefully, boy. I already lost your ma. I don't want to lose you too.
Aye. And then Durgan would turn to Brasswick, and you would see that there was definitely just a childlike vulnerability. Basically, you're in his house. His dad is talking to him. It's like you've time traveled, like you said, you know. And I would turn to Brasswick and I'd say, I have a favor of you. I want you to meet a dwarf who is worthy of the Blood Mountain name alone, but well, I'll just put it this way. He's the cleanest, nicest feeblehammer I've ever met, no offense. And I would look to Brasswick and I'd say, I want you to, if you would, Tritherian, our relationship at this point is a tool, and I'm not sure who's holding the other at this point, but you seem very close to Ilmater, and I was wondering if you'd just say a prayer of protection over my da.
Oh, definitely, Durgan, definitely. If he would appreciate that, I would love to do that for him.
I mean, I'm not asking him. He'll never let you, but I think that he'd let it slide.
I walk over to Balgrin and I say, from one dwarf to another, may I say a prayer over you?
And Bulgrin would go, I'm not much use for the gods most of my life. But I'm probably going to be meeting them before too long. So sure.
So I'll place my left hand on his right shoulder, and the mood in the room just kind of gets real quiet, and everyone seems to be, real respectful at the moment. And I lower my head and begin to speak to Ilmater. I say, Ilmater, please look over the Blood Mountain family and make sure that Balgrin, sees to everything he needs, and anything you can do to enrich his life with anything, maybe make his senses a little more acute, I would greatly appreciate it in this time of need. And may someday he be reintroduced to his great wife. And that is it. Thank you, Ilmater.
Here.
And Bulgrin nods and he says, Bardoth, eh?
Yes, that is where I'm from.
Durgan's got a cousin in Bardoth. I'd never met him. Good folk up there.
What was his name?
His name was Calgren.
Oh, Calgren. I remember him.
Calgren Blood Mountain.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Good old Calgren. Oh, things I could tell you about that guy.
Hey, if you ask me, he's a little piece of shit, but if you like him, that's fine.
I didn't say I liked him. There's a lot of stories about that guy.
Bulgren kind of chuckles, and he says, I'm happy wherever Durgan is, he's got good friends. Even if they are elf. Ugh.
Yeah. It was hard to swallow at first.
Elf's better than nothing.
Hand on Aridun's shoulder.
Yeah, Erdon is starting to. He was about to get up, but the hand on the shoulder stays him.
I do turn back to Erdon and I have my hand up and I'm like making a motion like easy, just entertain him.
And he goes, hey, better an elf and a halfling, I always say.
Oh gosh, those halflings. You know how the halflings are up north.
Always
barbarians.
And then I would lean over to Dice and close him and say, "I'm sorry, my dad's a racist."
I turn to Durgan
So
and I
old-fashioned.
say, "I am too."
Like, we got to get out of here before someone mentions gnomes. You don't want to.
Don't we all love gnomes? I don't understand.
Yeah,
And,
they're called hobbits now.
Bulgren says, Durgan, if you're gonna go out, would you mind bringing me back something to drink?
Of course, yeah, I can. I can definitely do that.
Don't and you hear his voice kind of catch, and he goes, maybe you could make it a little sooner than 2 years this time.
I'll make it a little sooner than 2 years, da. And
Alright.
I would, where most people would normally hug, there is instead an awkward silence where we both stand there and kind of look at each other quietly, him through his blind eyes and mine through maybe my emotionally blind eyes, and I just, no hug, and then kind of just go off.
Yeah, and he says, all right, get out.
Thank you, Bulgren, for having us in your wonderful home.
Ah. He just makes it like not even words, just a ah.
That was
Awesome. All right, we're gonna take a short 2-3 minute break and then come back and continue. So we will be right
Awesome.
back.
That was like the coolest role playing ever.
That was Tim. That was great, man. Thank you.
Dude.
Absolutely, guys.
I was getting a little verklempt, so
Yeah.
You're right in the feels, man.
yeah, right in the feels. All right, we will be right back, everybody.
All right, guys.
Oh, Erdon left.
Uh-oh.
He hit
See,
the wrong button.
You can't trust an elf. What did my dad say? What
Take
did
a
he say?
shot. Someone take a shot. I'm out.
Well then. By the way, those of you watching, there is a Brasswick Feeblehammer t-shirt in the RPGjuice.com store.
I know. I saw that. It didn't take you like 8 minutes.
When I was uploading it, that's what made my computer freeze, I think.
Oh,
And
really?
so when it froze, yeah.
yeah.
So when it froze, I restarted it, and I went and checked, and it was there, and I said, oh, okay, great. So then I posted the link.
It didn't take you 8 minutes. Yeah, I emailed Juice the design, for Brasswick, and I heard a knock at my door, and he had already FedExed me a T-shirt with it on it. I was like, I hit send, and then I heard, oh, it's a Brasswick shirt. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I sent him a 1T, a baby onesie.
Aw, for my daughter. Dude,
Yeah.
man, that's what I gotta do. I gotta get a
That'd be
Fistful of Dice onesie.
There you go.
But cool, guys. Well, I'm gonna relieve my bladder. I'll be right back.
You go do that. I'm going to go get something to drink.
All right. Let's check the comments, huh? Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. At one point, we broke 100 viewers, which is... That's insane. Like, the most viewers we've had... I think like 40. I think we had 40 at one point, so we've like soared past our our previous record. And that was
I feel
awesome.
like we had over 50 last time.
Oh, did we?
I feel like we did, like 58
I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, 100. We're at 95 right now. At one point, I was watching the viewers. It was like 107. I was like,
wow.
What? I feel like at least 40 of those people just kind of stumbled upon it and were like, nah, I don't want to watch this, and like clicked off of it. No, that's awesome though.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, that comment is hilarious. Mike Peck says, "How was I to know a fork in the toaster was not a good idea, son?" That's perfect.
That's good.
Oh man, all kinds of comments. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Dice Roller Josh is here.
Hey, Josh.
Chad is here. Chad, what's up, my brother?
Hi, Chad.
Scott Erickson, Roll for Damage. We got Fontrodden, Chepe is in the house.
Nice.
Yeah, all the loyal viewers is here. Oh, Aaron is here. Aaron, how's it going, man? Yeah, all kinds of good people watching tonight, so that's awesome. Yeah. DMG Punk in the house.
DMG
awesome.
Punk.
Someone...
He made the Sir Celine art.
Yes, he did.
Nice.
I liked Tim throwing in the Sir Celine reference into his talk with his dad. That was legit.
Wait, hold on. Did that cut out for me? What I didn't hear it.
He said I would cross 5 oceans. I'd go to Sir Celine to hurt someone who hurt you is what he said, which is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
That's dope. I gotta watch that again.
So after the corruptor scene, Scott Erickson is giving everybody odds. Erdon and Durgan have even odds.
I'm
Dice
gonna throw
is 5
it.
to 1, and Brasswick is 8 to 1.
Is this to die?
Yeah, current death odds.
Yikes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bet on myself, and then I'm gonna throw it.
There you go.
So I can collect.
Just jump into the canyon.
Yeah.
Brasswick, no! What are you doing?
$100 easily turns into $800. Heck yeah!
Let's do it.
That's good.
Oh man. Oh, that's a funny comment too. Scott Cook says, in regards to dice rolling off the table. Off the table doesn't count.
Yeah. Nice. Someone said dice seems very quiet this time around. It's brooding. I'm broody.
Yeah, this is I apologize, a very Durgan-centric, at least the first half of the session is very, very Durgan-centric, but it's,
This is awesome. This has been, like, the coolest. I love this, man.
I've been able to, like, sit back and watch. Like, I like that sometimes.
Yeah, sure. it is kind of nice sometimes to have one person kind of taking the lead and I feel like it's depending on where we go, like it's going to be different in every place, like depending on like who's pretty much like kind of taking the lead. Like it's Durgan here, and like if we go to Shadevale, like Erdon's kind of going to be on point for that, and so I think it'll be a good balance there. So
definitely.
Yeah. We're back.
Tim's back.
I'm back.
Awesome.
I can't believe you said that about him, Barker. Jeez.
You know what? No, actually, it's funny because my brother James is watching in the other room, so I could hear everything.
Man.
So much booyah.
Oh, and he said I was because I just threw it out there. I just wanted to see what would happen, and he said when I said the Sir Celine comment, he watched everybody's face and he goes, "It blew me away." He goes, "Nobody even cracked," and I was like, "I don't know if they caught it."
I caught it, and then when I said something, Barker was like, "Wait, what about Sir Celine?" And I was like,
Freaking
Durgan mentioned Sir Celine, dude.
I
It was when Durgan was threatening the people that were threatening his father.
Yeah, I feel like it's like that was like a Charlton Heston at the end of Planet of the Apes moment. It's like, it's the same planet. What?
I was like, oh,
Mind blown!
No! That's awesome.
Dice's
Then we
beard
find
is
out the corruptor is actually Orin in like 300 years.
oh, buddy.
The Feywild really screwed him up.
The
man.
Feywild messed him up, man.
Our mission is to kill Orin. We're like Terminator style.
And his griffin is Pebble.
Oh, snap. Oh, my God. It makes too much sense.
That's my headcanon right now is that, so.
Just in case there's anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, go to Be a Better Game Master and watch The Winds of Sur
The
Sali.
Winds of Sursaline. All right, guys. We're going to get rolling here again. Yeah, after this game. Or you could watch both at the same time.
Yes.
That is overload.
Be a better game watcher.
Oh my god.
So, you're all standing out in the dimly lit hallway, though it's a little bit brighter lit now that Brasswick has lent his thaumaturgy skills to the lanterns. But you're all standing out in the hallway, and the door closes behind you. What do you guys want to do?
Let's go get your old man a drink. Or could you honestly do that in like a year and it'd be fine?
You did say less than 2 years, so I'd say you got 23 months to get him a drink.
My brother, I'm sorry. James just poked his head in the door and said, "Hey, dude, if Celine Dion were a guy, he'd be Sir Celine." I was like, oh, I can't ignore that. I'm sorry.
I love that he popped in with that non sequitur, just like, "Hey, I just thought about this."
Meanwhile, he's sneaking me pizza
Tim,
under the
trying
camera.
to steal your thunder, Tim. He's trying to get in on the Provokers game that he's not in.
Share the spotlight, James.
Would there be anybody around that I could possibly that I would know well enough to flip him a copper and say, "Hey, bring my dad a drink"?
Yeah, there's people passing by here and there. It's kind of like everyone hanging out on their front porch type area where everyone lots of kids are kind of congregating in the corridor and stuff. So a couple of dwarven kids are walking by. You could probably flip them a couple coppers and they gladly go get your dad a drink.
Definitely, yeah, I would. And I would say, "I'll know if you don't. I'll know if you don't. I'll ask him."
And Dice says, "You guys have to be holding out. Where'd you get all this money?"
From your purse, Dice. That's where they got it.
Yeah, I'm thinking. It's been 11 silver. How broke are you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, my character got it from his time as an acolyte.
As you're standing there and the kids are kind of walking around, Brasswick, you notice one of these dwarf kids, this little boy. He's got little scraggly wisps of beard coming in on his face, and he's kind of looking up at you, and in particular looking at your holy symbol. And he's just kind of looking at it.
I crouch down to him and I say, you noticed the symbol of Ilmater. Does it intrigue you?
He says,
Always shilling, even with his character.
Try Ilmater today. The dwarf kid, he kind of, as you talk to him and pay attention to him, he kind of looks down shyly and he says, "I was wondering if you'd say a prayer for my dad."
Yes, most definitely. So I pull out my book and I flip through the pages, and I find a good prayer, and I ask, so what is it you would like me to pray about?
Well, my dad was a ranger, and they tell me that he's not coming back from Demeter.
Oh, okay. I actually close the book, and then I actually hand him the book. And I tell him, if you ever feel sad or lonely or anything, just flip through this book and read it. and take it to heart, and just know your dad is looking over you. And I say, I'll still say a prayer for your father. And so I kind of mutter a prayer, asking for guidance and help for his family in a time of need as well. Basically, a similar prayer that I had just said, but towards this young man's family.
Yeah, and he gladly takes the book from you, and he holds it to him, and he says, "Thank you."
Not a problem. What is your name, little boy? I've been doing that to you all night.
I'm keeping up, man.
Gold Grim.
His name is Teod.
Nice.
Ah, Teod. I will remember that.
Thank you. And he kind of shuffles off with the book, carrying it, and the book's about as big as he is, but he's carrying it in front of him, and he disappears down the corridor. It's all good, man. That's the thing is I've got a huge list of names like right here next to me, but I always forget that I have it until I need it, and then
I never ask people what their names are. Something about tonight I keep asking.
You're just like, how am I gonna throw a wrench in the works tonight? I think I'm gonna ask for the name of every NPC that we've.
I think I was just. I don't know. I don't know why I even asked.
No, the thing is, though, is that you would ask for somebody's name if you were talking to them in real life. Like, you wouldn't just be like, well, you're an NPC and I'm never going to talk to you again, so you don't have a name.
Especially that kind of interaction. You just gave him something so important to you.
Exactly.
You'd be like, all right, nameless boy, run away.
Yeah,
and I wrote in my head.
And I wrote down, here's a DM tip. I wrote down the guy's name. I have a little arrow pointing to it, and I say Brasswick's Tome. Like, when I'm looking through my notes later on, I'm going to remember Brasswick gave this kid his book, and maybe that'll come into play at some point later on. I was
going to say, super awesome side plot.
And there's your DM tips. For
And after that totally awesome RP moment inside, story, Eridon would turn and say, enough of your evangelism, let's get moving.
Oh, man.
The boy clearly needed help, Eridon. You need to grow a sensitive bone. Jeez.
There are a lot more people than him that need help.
And we're doing what we can to help them all.
All right, I'm not going to argue with you, and I start walking.
Well,
I turn to Dice and I say, "What's up his ass?"
When you look at me, you actually see me kind of staring down the little corridor that child was running down, and he doesn't say anything, but his mind is stewing on a child who no longer has a father, and it takes him a long moment before he breaks it and looks back, and people are walking away, and there's Brasswick. I don't know. Let's go see. Which obviously he didn't actually hear the real question.
And then
let's go check.
I look at Dice again and I say, "Hey, buddy, you're a lot closer to Eridon than me. Can you just make sure everything's okay?"
I'll do my best.
But I wouldn't go looking up his arse.
And at this point, Eridon would turn back and go, What are you guys talking about back there?
Dice is confused as hell too. Like, okay. I really wasn't planning on that, Durgan. I don't know your Stone Rift traditions, but we're not big on keystering things and then going around and checking it out.
Eridon's like, you better not be talking about my butthole back there.
I'm like, let's just put it behind us.
What happened? What has happened? What is?
I don't know.
Oh, man,
Anyway, and we just shot up to 100 viewers again. Butthole Talk does it. All right, awesome.
No, dude, that's amazing. Oh God, I'm glad nobody asked me my mother's name back then. I was thinking about that. Because that's not NPC throwaway. That's forever.
That's forever, dude.
You better come up with something real quick over there, Durgan.
Yeah, you better start working on it.
I did. No, I wrote it down as soon as you started asking names.
Awesome.
Well, now you got to tell us what it is.
Nope.
I'm just. All right, go ahead.
So, talking to this kid, you definitely all sort of realize that his dad was one of the rangers that fought alongside you at Demeter and fell to the Corruptor's horde, and so it sort of hits you that this war is taking its share of people, and you're definitely doing the right thing in trying to stop this from happening. But so you're walking in, and where are you all heading? Where are you leading them to, Durgan?
I would think that I would, trying to follow Ferdin's original, clues. I would think that, talking about when he was saying the weapons are walking away and Gremdal and mentioning all that stuff, I would probably head that direction, but conspicuously trying to look like I wasn't.
Right.
Like, I'm not going to just walk towards it like, oh, I just came to see my dad who was in an accident. I better go and check the scene of the crime.
Right. Yeah, so you're heading down to the repository, and it's about this time that you're heading down the corridor, and you see the lift open up, and probably about 3 dozen dwarves, dirty and sweaty, carrying their gear from working down in the repository, come spilling out of this lift, and they all start walking down the various corridors. Some of them duck into their apartments, other ones are coming towards you, and so that it's almost like all of a sudden you're all pressed up against the wall as just this huge workforce starts spilling out of the lifts from the repository as the shift change happens.
Gotcha. So that as that happens, I think I would probably try to use that cover, and hopefully everyone kind of took my cue. I'd kind of put my head down and keep, basically just trying to look like we're just mulling about too, as best we can.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, even with Erdon and Dice with you, with the people coming off of the lifts, and there's people coming out of their apartments for the next shift, getting onto the lifts, you guys sort of just kind of disappear into this crowd, just this huge, just ocean of people, and you pile onto the lift. I'm assuming you're heading to the lift to go down.
Yes.
Yeah, you pile onto the lift, and you all are kind of pressed to the back of the lift, and if anyone is even a little bit claustrophobic, you would probably be getting a little anxious here on this lift. I mean, it's just packed full of people, just probably thousands of pounds of people, and it's it lurches and starts going down.
Right.
And Tim, I just saw your comment. Gremdal is a place.
Gotcha.
Gremdal is one of the... So the repository is broken up into different outposts, and each outpost has a handful of lightning catchers, and each outpost has a foreman. And your father was the foreman of Gremdal, or was before the accident. And both Thunderstruck and your father have kind of pointed you in the direction of Gremdal being where the shady stuff is taking place.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So I would say that as you said, as this this elevator is crushing down, doing its thing, I'm probably right at home, right? I mean, wouldn't this just kind of be the norm for me?
Oh yeah, totally. And even though you didn't take your father's place as the foreman, you've you've done your fair share of shifts down on the repository, so
right.
It's almost like going back to your 9 to 5 here.
Right. Okay, so I would kind of, again, because you know what I would do? I'd actually turn to Erdon, and I would just kind of look at him and I'd say, I honestly don't know what we're going to do. I mean, it was 2 years ago. I don't even know what we're doing here. I mean, I'm not stupid enough to know that just because I learned about my problem right now, that it didn't start 5, 10, 20 years ago. I don't even know why we're here. It's just the only place I know to go. I don't know why I wanted to tell you that. I just know that you're itching for the woods, and I appreciate all you're doing.
Let's just get this over with. I don't know what to do either, but we just need to keep going. Let's get this over with.
I agree.
We need to find out what's going on.
I guess that's what we need to do. Let's just find out.
So the lift carries you down another dozen stories at least, and there's no light from the moon or the stars down here. It's lit almost exclusively by the blue lamps, and also by the strobe of lightning. And as you're getting closer and closer to the bottom of the canyon, your ears are filled with the regular thunderclaps as lightning is streaking down the canyon and striking these lightning catchers down here in the repository. And as you're going down the lift, you see all of these dwarves put down these goggles, sort of similar to the visors that the rangers were wearing to protect their eyes from the thunder tubes. They put down goggles, and they all like stuff cotton in their ears, and they're tugging on these gloves and securing all their gear, getting ready for the shift. And you all still have visors from Demeter that you could easily put on once you're down here, but it's still fairly loud and bright down here. So,
and as the elevator was shifting down, as it's taking its normal paces. So as the elevator's kind of rumbling down, and I would recognize the rings of, this is this one and this, you'd see that Durgan would systematically kind of just grab one of the rails as it jarred. He knew when it was going to shake and shimmy, and he would look over to Brasswick, who seems to be sweating profusely, and he would just say, "Oi, you all right? You're a little green in the face."
Brasswick, not being used to elevators like this, is getting a little nervous, right? So the elevator's going down, and his dark vision is getting a little messed up with every flicker of bolts of lightning. So it's almost like pitch black, which he's not used to seeing pitch black very much. And so when these bolts of lightning go, it messes with his vision again. And every little shimmy, are making his stomach feel almost like he's been on a roller coaster for too long. And he's just holding the railings really, really tight, so he's white in the knuckles. And just beads of sweat are dripping down. And he turns to Durgan and he says, "Not used to these elevator rides, and I'm a little leery on heights."
Gotcha. And I would say Durgan would probably then, realizing that everyone else is really out of place, kind of forgetting that he's very at home, would dig into his belongings and pull out the visor, and not overly emphasize, but just put his on to kind of show them, "Hey guys, we have visors. You should maybe put them on."
Yeah, I would reach into my bag and very quickly, as soon as I saw him, kind of nervously shuffling through my pack and put mine on as well.
And Dice will put us on. We're looking at Erdon and say, "You're going to use it this time."
Brasswick he refuses to let go right now. As soon as the elevator stops, he will definitely pull it out. But right now, he's a little too... He doesn't want to show that he's terrified, but it's clear. And he's going to wait till he's at the end.
I would actually go over to Brasswick's pack and start... I would kind of motion. I would say, "May I?"
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So I start digging through it, and then I find it, and I just plop the thing onto his head and kind of give it a tap. And I don't like this either, dwarf, but let's make the most of it.
Thank you, Erdon.
So the lift comes to its lurching halt, the doors open, and the dozens of dwarves on this lift just come spilling out. And you see in front of you there's it almost looks like a lobby of a train station. There's all these different areas where you can go, and dwarves are just going in all directions, heading to their whichever outpost they're working on. They're all walking towards that area. And you see there's arrows pointing every which way, this outpost is this way, this outpost is this way, and it's just this almost confusing labyrinth of hallways and pillars. And you see, searching the signs for a second, anyone who reads Dwarven sees Gremdal pointing straight ahead, and Durgan would just kind of instinctively know, I know where Gremdal is, and start heading in that direction. But you do see that there's quite a few dwarves sort of milling about here in the main area. They look like they're maybe getting off their shift, and they're kind of standing around and talking to one another, and a couple of them are saying, "I am going to the curtain after this," and I'm going to this tavern, or I got to get home. The wife wants me home after work and stuff like that. So there's quite a few dwarves just kind of standing around amid all of the other dwarves heading to their shifts.
Okay. Does anything look suspicious or out of place to Durgan? Is there anything? I know things have probably changed, but is there anything wildly out of place?
It actually seemed this is probably the most familiar place you've been so far. Everything else has seemed a little bit off to you, but here in the repository, it almost, 2 years isn't that long in the life of a dwarf. It seems like it did, 2 years ago. It seems like it's only been a day since you've been gone, stepping into the repository.
Nice. And so at this point, I think that Durgan would again kind of look to his group and just say, "Everything looks to be in place here. I don't know why we're here. I feel stupid, but it's the only place I knew to come. I swear it all happened. I don't know what we're looking for. It's been 2 years."
Let's just keep following the signs. I point toward the sign that says Grimdall.
Aye, all right. And you can see that Durgan's kind of second-guessing himself, feeling like he's dragging you guys into this. Even though it's for the better of everything, you can't help but feel like he's dragging his own emotions and probably vengeance into this thing. So
I turn to Durgan. Surely when we get there, you'll see if something is out of place. I have faith in you.
Aye.
Not as much as Ilmater, but I have faith in you.
And you can tell that Durgan is probably also deep down. You're talking about the fabric of his life. This is his hometown. He's probably also a little nervous to do it, so he's making excuses because he doesn't want any of this to be true. But he'll walk. We'll continue to walk.
And Dice is kind of examining everything. He's just feeling, he's never been in a place like this. He just seems really distracted by looking at everything and taking a look at what's in its place and what looks out of place and in this strange location.
Yeah, and I'll actually show you guys what the bolt keepers look like in their gear. Here we go. So everyone's wearing like heavy duty leathers, thick gloves and boots, and they have goggles on, cotton stuffed in their ears. Some of them are carrying hammers and other tools, and all fully decked out in these well-worn, work outfits, basically. Probably the thing that you would notice above all else is, like, there's dozens of dwarves down here, but there's also a couple of large stone creatures that look like dwarves, but are about 3 times the size of one. They look to be made out of a mixture of stone and iron, and they have glowing blue eyes, and they have almost like these veins of electricity kind of flickering through their arms, and these huge things are kind of walking here and there through the main lobby. And some of them are carrying these huge blue glowing canisters, which Durgan would know are canisters basically filled with collected lightning energy. And Durgan, these things are golems, and there's not many of them. They're incredibly expensive to make, and dwarven labor is cheaper. But for the heavy lifting, this is what the dwarves of Stone Rift use: these lightning-powered golems.
Awesome.
Raswick is very surprised by this, actually. And he turns to Durgan and he says, I'm a little surprised, not by the fact that you guys have golems, but by the fact that you're able to get them to work for you. How do you guys manage that?
It's a, it's a clan secret. Don't want all of you. I don't really. I have no idea.
All our golems back home. Yeah, they would never do work like this. They pretty much just try and help defend us. Interesting.
And you think that ours... You think that ours, because they look like dwarves, would be as lazy as dwarves. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, hill dwarves, anyway.
Very impressed, Durgan.
So you're all standing there in Durgan. You hear a familiar voice, and you hear it say, Durgan Blood Mountain. And coming towards you through the crowd, you see a dwarf with gray hair, and he's wearing the typical leathers and equipment of a bolt keeper. And you recognize your old work pal Andrel Fellnote. And Andrel comes forward, and he just grabs the front of you by your visor and roughly lifts the visor up. Seeing if it's you, and he looks and he goes, "Holy shit! It is you, Durgan! What the hell are you doing down here?"
It's my dad's birthday. I came back, and I'm just showing my friends around, the old stomping grounds and kind of things like that. But it's how have things been around here?
And he's like, when you say friends, he looks past you and he goes, friends, yeah. And he kind of regains his composure, and he's actually friendly to you, Erdon and Dice and Brasswick, and he says, "Hey, I'm Andrel Fellnote. Durgan here's an old friend. We used to work late shift together. Got into a lot of trouble in the early mornings in the pub after work, and that's for sure."
I wouldn't say we work that much.
That's true. Well, hey, any friend of Durgan's is a friend of mine. I just got off my shift. If you're wanting to look around, I can kind of show you the ropes. I'm sure Durgan has no idea where to go now. He's been away for so long.
Watch your mouth. You know what? We love a guided tour. And,
I can do that.
I want to see if I can sense. What is it in fifth? Is it
insight?
Insight. I want to throw an insight roll because now I'm questioning everything now at this point.
Yeah, go for it.
So
I love insight. Depending on the GM, it's the greatest, most powerful skill or most worthless skill.
I know. It's also, depending on your group, it may be the most rolled skill ever.
Insight perception.
Yep, insight and perception.
Well, and I got to tell you that it's got to be the emotions and everything kind of reeling at once because with my bonuses, I hit a big fat 7.
Yeah, Andrel seems as friendly and boisterous as he always has. He just loves people, loves talking to people. He has no real prejudices towards anyone, and you know that he's going to be willing to drink alongside an elf just as readily as he would a dwarf. And so you're just glad that you see a familiar face, and you really couldn't ask for a better tour guide to show you around.
Nice. Awesome. Lead the way!
He goes, all right, this way, and he starts walking, and he actually looks back at Dice, and he goes, hey, you look like you got a little elven blood in you. How'd you come to be Durgan's friend? Were you attracted by the smell?
Yes.
And he goes, all right, fair enough. And then he looks back at Erdon and he goes, what about you?
There's been a little blood spilt together, and, he's pulled me out of a tight spot more than once.
Aye.
Now let's get on with this tour.
Oh, right. Okay, this way. And he starts walking, and he's kind of pointing out the different outposts, and he goes, well, if you want to go to this outpost, you got to go this way, and then you got to catch one of the trolleys that way. And he goes, oh, watch out for the golem. And it kind of, he stops and makes everybody stop and wait for the golem to pass by. And he goes, and looks like you got a hill dwarf friend too from the north.
Yeah. I had to save your buddy's ass in a bar fight.
I'm sure you've all saved his ass in a bar fight. He's no good in a brawl.
Oh, I know about that.
He leads you all through, and he's kind of pointing out these different things, and he goes, "Hey, this is where we bring the canisters to to be shipped off to the smiths. This is where we imbue weapons with lightning, making thunder weapons. This here's where we, well, this here's where we bolt through, but don't tell the foreman that. And as you guys kind of go out of the entrance hall finally and break through into the canyon proper, and the walls are just these sheer black walls of stone roof just soaring hundreds of feet above you. You're at the bottom of this canyon, and for a moment you're almost taken by the beauty of it. You know, the night sky is just this thin line. It almost looks like a river. Like it's like if you were at the top of the canyon looking down, seeing a river. It's like the opposite of that. You're looking up and seeing this thin line of night sky, and the rivers are cascading down and collecting in pools down here, and like the little tour is sort of punctuated by just thunderclaps, just lightning just striking these soaring towers of steel that are collecting the lightning, and the lightning hits, and this blue glow just travels all the way down the rod, this lightning catcher, and every time the lightning hits, a dwarf is standing there ready to grab the canister, pull it out, hand it off, and load in a new one into the catcher. And there's just this assembly line of dwarves handing these canisters down and passing empty ones back up. And there's dwarves carrying canisters here and there, and dwarves sort of hammering on different devices and objects, keeping them running and maintaining all of these devices that are collecting the lightning and like processing it to be used. And there's probably hundreds of dwarves moving around down here working. It's almost overwhelming, all of the sounds and stuff. And for a moment, you don't even hear Andrel as he's giving the tour. He just kind of becomes white noise as he's just incessantly talking, and you're overcome by the sights and the smells and the sounds of the Gremdal outpost. And he goes, so this is the repository. This is Gremdal, best outpost in Stone Rift, if you ask me. But yeah, this is where we get it done.
Aye. Well, let's take a look around, boys, and let's see here. And what I'm looking for on the wall is somewhere where we would have taken tick marks of like our wins and losses, like secretly, like maybe it looks like an inventory sheet, but it's our bolt throwing score sheet.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like looking to see if anybody's beaten my top score, because I was quite the bolt thrower, so I'm just like looking through.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, you're the DM. You tell me. Does my score at the end? Or?
Yeah. There's actually like etched into the wall, like with chalk. Like it's basically like the black stone of the canyon, and there's a piece of chalk hanging there on the end of a rope, and there's names listed, and under every name there's little tick marks for matches that they've won. And through some of the names, they're actually crossed out. Like 2 or 3 of them for dwarves that have met their end catching bolts, playing bolt throwing. And
that's what Dice says they eliminated in the competition.
Oh, you can say that.
And he goes, "Aye, they're eliminated." And Durgan, you actually you do find your name right where it was, and you still hold the record for most bolts caught in a single match, but your wins and your losses have been bested since you left.
Right. And I would kind of ask, I would just kind of, go Andrel, I'd be like, not, just like an old quarterback, like, one of the guys that's in Sports Center just kind of talking about the young bucks, like, well, so who are these guys? Just kind of making small talk. But while I'm doing that, I am kind of glancing around to see if anything is noticeably awry. Okay,
yeah. So yeah, you start talking to Andrel about it, and he's like, well, they win a lot, but no one has played bolt throwing as long as you have. That match 5 years ago when you were catching bolts for 2 days straight, no one has bested that. And he's telling you that, and you're kind of looking around, and all of you kind of notice on top of this raised stone platform, there's a dwarf with wild black hair and a thick beard. His beard is just sticking out in every direction from the static electricity in the air, and actually everyone's hair is kind of sticking up down here just because of all the static in the air. And he's just this really thick, well-muscled dwarf, and he's standing there on top of the platform, and he's actually looking down, and he's looking at at you guys, and he's specifically taking note of Erdon and Dice and just kind of looking down at you. And Durgan, you know that this is the foreman. And it's the same foreman that took over after you left, by the name of Thodrin Stormcaller.
I would kind of nudge Dice at this time and just kind of nod up toward that. You see that?
Looks like a friendly chap.
You need to get out of here. You don't look so good. You need to go somewhere and hurl.
I don't have enough in my stomach to hurl, but I'm uneasy, Erdon. This doesn't feel right. There's something. I don't know. I'll let you know if I do.
Brasswick overhears this and he says, that's just the static. And not liking this feeling of static, I actually create a little bit of water, not thinking that it's a really bad idea, for my hands, and start putting it through my beard and my hair so it doesn't stand up. Just to keep it down. And then just look over at Dice.
Dice freezes your beard.
Freeze the beard, Dice. Freeze the beard.
And then he says,
It wasn't very nice.
He says, "You see, I specialize in more than just meat."
And I would say, "Oi, who's got a blue beard now, princess?"
And at least
saying this,
mine's not permanent.
Andrel kind of goes, "Hey, what's with the beard, Durgan?"
Oh, it's a long story. We got hit in the face with a rock, a big one, and then he made me a fake beard, and this is what it looks like.
Yeah. Well, it suits you.
I'm starting to like it.
It gives him some much needed character, doesn't it?
It does. And he's looking over at Dice and Erdon, and he catches your guys' uneasy gaze, and he follows your gaze up, and he sees the foreman, and he looks back down, and he goes, that's Thaldrin. He's the foreman. I should probably go. I'm not supposed to be down here. It's not my shift.
I guess technically speaking, we shouldn't be down here either.
Thaldrin runs a pretty tight ship, so yeah, probably not. But hey, you've seen the repository, so yeah, it's quite the thing. And
awesome.
he's kind of getting uneasy.
Right. And at this point, I would try. It's difficult for Durgan to whisper, but I would probably try to give Erdon some kind of cue, like, "Hey man, I need you to find somewhere and slip into the shadows. Like, you need to find a way to look around." And I would try to then address Thadrin taking his attention. Like, "Oi, is that Thadrin Stormcaller? Oi!" And I would kind of try to. Is he up on a catwalk maybe, or is it like steps?
Yeah, it's like this stone platform that's raised up probably about 10-15 feet, and there's a set of stairs spiraling around it, and there's kind of like this railing on the front, and he's just kind of standing there leaning against the railing, just kind of keeping an eye on everything. And when you call his name, he's already looking down at you guys, and when you call his name, he kind of looks at you, Durgan, and he just like he sees you, and he just gets this look on his face, and all he does is go, just kind of inclines his head up, just kind of acknowledging that you're there.
He did the bro nod, like, "Hey, what's up, dude?"
Yeah,
Totally
just like,
bro.
"What's up?"
And so I would just continue to walk up there, and that's when I would say, "Thadrin, I actually want you to meet my cousin, Calgren Bloodmountain." And I would point to Brasswick. "Hey, come up here. Aye, my cousin." And so then I would, "Hey, I'm just kind of showing him around. He's never been here. He's from across, across the way. But yeah, I just went to, and so all I'm trying to do is keep this guy's attention, whether he loves me, hates me. I want him looking at me while Erdon tries to slip away."
Okay, so Erdon and Dice, what are you guys doing while this is happening?
So I would probably grab, if I slip into the shadows at all, I'd probably grab Dice by the cloak or coat or whatever, and pull him behind me and say, let's creep along and see if we can see anything. And so we would probably kind of move ahead, or
For sure.
yeah, just try to get a vantage point on seeing anything.
Okay.
I like that, yeah.
Are you trying to move like deeper into the outpost, or are you trying to move back towards the entrance hall?
Which way do you think, Dice? What are we doing?
I don't know. I'm not sure what we're looking for. I mean, evidence about the weapons?
All right. Well, let's go deeper. So yeah, we move along, try to move further on. But
Okay.
I want to try to keep an eye on them up there.
Okay, yeah. So what I'd like from you guys is Dice and Erdon, give me stealth checks with advantage, because Durgan and Brasswick are keeping the attention of the foreman.
This
22.
is awesome. Then this is super meta, but don't forget all the inspiration that's stacked up the last 2 sessions.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually just had an idea. I'm gonna go ahead and spend an inspiration.
Oh, hey, that's a good idea. What'd you get, Nate?
If we already have
22.
advantage,
22. Okay.
we can't. If we already have advantage, we can't stack inspiration on top of it.
No, you cannot stack inspiration on top of advantage. Yeah.
Ooh.
So
And I
if
can't
you have
do that.
advantage, you can't use inspiration to reroll one of the 20s?
I don't think so, because I
I
think
thought you could.
inspiration just gives you advantage.
I thought inspiration was just re-rolling one of your d20. I could be. I don't know.
No.
For once, I don't know.
Well, with 22 and 14 stealth, you guys kind of duck behind a pillar into the shadows, and on your right is the repository where the lightning is being collected, and on your left, down a ways, you actually hear more thunderclaps, and if you look down that way, you see 2 dwarves surrounded by other dwarves, and they're standing like probably about 30 feet away from each other, and they're wearing these crazy-looking gauntlets. And they're hurling a bolt of lightning back and forth at each other. Like lobbing it, like softball, just like throwing it, and the bolt shoots out of the gauntlet, and the other dwarf dives and catches it in his gauntlet, and then throws it back. It's like the most dangerous game of tennis you've ever seen. And there's dwarves along the sides, and they're throwing coins into the center of this sort of makeshift arena. And there's gold and silver being thrown into the arena.
Nice.
And go ahead, Nate.
Looks like all fun and games here. What do you think, Dice?
I think I'd rather not getting involved in another sport right now.
Yeah, so I would probably start moving. Is there further to go yet, or?
Yeah, so you can head to the right, go deeper into the repository, or you can go left, and you could easily kind of skirt by the game of bolt throwing that's happening.
Yeah, I would probably want to skirt by.
Okay. All right, so you guys start heading in that direction. Durgan and Brasswick, you guys are heading up the stairs up to the platform, and the foreman is standing there, and he's got his thumbs sort of looped through his belt, and he nods as you approach, and he goes, "Blood Mountain?"
You know it, Calgren. How are you?
And he...
I try to act very over the top how I envision Calgren, and so you know, I'm like hands out, shaking his hand, shaking him really profusely and quick, like just a little over the top.
Yeah, he seems none too pleased to see either of you, and he's like, he kind of like shakes your hand, Brasswick, but he's not looking at you. He's looking at Durgan. And he looks at Durgan and he goes, "What are you doing back here?"
I interrupt and I say, "Well, he's just here showing me around town."
And I'm just nodding this whole time, like.
And he actually like, without even looking at you, Brasswick, like holds up a finger, and he goes,
"Oh,
I asked him, Durgan, you don't work in the repository. You know the rules. It's dangerous down here. People get hurt all the time. He goes, you shouldn't be bringing your half-wit cousin from the north down here.
And then I would kind of stammer a little bit and go, what are you pulling now? Maybe 60 tons a day? I mean, how much juice are you getting out of these? You may have even done a little bit better than my dad down here. How are you pulling that off?
He goes, I am pulling better than your dad down here. It's because I run a tight ship, and I don't let anyone get away with anything, including bringing people that don't belong here down here.
And you know what? What I'll do is, we'll just go ahead. We'll head up to the surface. And I'm sorry for bringing them so far down here. I just got away with myself. The memories and all that. And
I chime in and I say, he told me, nobody would get hurt on your watch because you're so good as a foreman, and so really we're down here to see you around, but he wanted to introduce me to you. He thought, I could learn a lot from you.
It's true.
Durgan, I'd like you to give me a bluff check at advantage because you're receiving aid from Brasswick.
Okay.
Or deception. That's what it's called.
Mm-hmm. Or persuasion. No.
Or intimidate. Hell.
Yeah.
Thank God for that advantage. Let me tell you, I was sitting on a sweet natural 2. Yeah, that's more like it. All right. Not a natural, but an assisted with points 20.
Okay. So he looks at you for a second, Durgan, and he goes, you know better. Get the hell out of here, Durgan. Go visit your father. Doesn't get many visitors nowadays.
I think I'll head. I think I'll head up there. That would be fantastic. We'll do that. And thank you very much. And so I would then take a fall down the stairs.
Okay.
As he goes to fall down the stairs, I am completely shocked, and I try to reach to grab him, and I clearly miss. I don't grab him.
And I would try then to pull him down with me and make it look legit.
Oh man. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm not sure. Okay. Here we go. So, Brasswick, if you were going to try and not be pulled down with him, I need opposed strength checks.
All right.
Okay. I failed, probably.
I get a 10 total.
Yeah,
Okay.
I clearly fail bad.
Oh, yeah.
So,
He grabs me, and I literally go ass over end and just start tumbling very viciously. And my axe goes flying, my mace goes flying off my belt.
And I would try to, roll with it. I'm trying for us to build force. I'm pulling towards the ground, trying to make us roll and hit and clatter.
yeah, you guys tumble down these stairs. You each take 4 bludgeoning damage as you roll down these stone steps and just crack every joint you have and banging your head on the stairs and stuff. And as you're falling, it just makes this huge ruckus. And aside from the lightning cracking, all the din of the workers kind of carrying these things, everyone just stops. And even a golem that's walking by stops and looks as you come rolling down the stairs. And
we leave him for 2 seconds. I think we need to go back.
yeah, and you guys just hear you hear Brasswick just swearing and Turgan swearing as they both fall down the stairs.
When I am down at the bottom, I just kind of look into the sky and just soak in these lightning bolts as I try to regain my composure and lay there and not move. What the hell just happened? It happened so fast.
I would try, I don't know where I'm at or where I'm facing or if my face is face down or whatever, but I would try to go, keep his attention.
And as I hear this, I kind of grasp my head and act like I really hurt my head. It hurts so bad. Oh.
And then I would play it up. I would just get up and I would start patting myself. I go, "You klutz! You moron! Get out of my way! I bring you down here in front of my friends and my foreman, and this is what you do?" And then I push his shoulder.
And I'm kind of sitting there, and he pushes my shoulder, and I'm like, "Oh, you're an ass!" And I reach back and I punch him in the face, right in the nose.
Are you pulling this punch? Are you?
No, I feel like I actually think that, like, I can tell he kind of did it on purpose, right?
Yeah.
And I'm kind of pissed more than I am trying to play along with it. Like, my guy is legitimately pissed, and so I'm gonna make it count, and I'm going for the nose.
And
ladies and gentlemen, we have our first PvP in the Provokers.
So
Provoker versus Provoker.
Provoker versus Provoker.
I am going to let him punch me.
Okay, Brasswick, roll for damage. Unarmed, it's just one. You take 1 bludgeoning damage plus your strength.
I did crit, though. I did crit.
Oh, God.
If that counts.
Thanks, dude.
You do maximum damage 1 plus your strength.
So, 1 plus your strength doubled, Brasswick.
4 points. So I kind of wheel back and just nail him right in his nose. And as I hit him, I see his head cock back, almost causing whiplash, and blood just start.
Yeah, I think with a crit, Durgan, Brasswick just broke your nose.
Nice.
It looks good with your blue beard, by the way.
Yeah, the red is coming down with the blue. Yeah.
And I would spit, and you would just see me kind of like take my nose into my own 2 hands and just kind of, and then I'd look at him, I go, "I just keep that up." Exactly.
And I just look at him with this look like, "You're an idiot. You are such an idiot." And I get up. I'm up on my feet. And as I get up on my feet, I grab him by his shoulders and throw him.
And so, again, I'm trying to take the fall. So I, like, jump as he throws me.
Oh, this is like pro wrestling stuff now, huh?
Yeah, so, Brasswick, you grab him, you toss him. Back in the corridor, Dice and Aaron, you, out of the corner of your eye, you're seeing this happen. You were about to head towards back towards the entrance hall. What are you guys doing?
Dice rolls his eyes, looks at Irdon, and just forgets the cover and begins kind of moving back. But along the way, he realizes, ooh, maybe this can help. Is there any way that Dice would be able to determine where the foreman's office is, or room, basic headquarters where he sleeps?
That is a very good question. Give me a perception roll, if you would, please.
I'm gonna use friggin' dang inspiration too.
That's good. Also, I would like to address a comment right now about inspiration. Gabe Behar saying that you can use inspiration. You cannot stack advantage. So because inspiration gives you advantage, you cannot use inspiration on a roll that already has advantage. So that's how that works. Just clearing that up.
I went and read it. I clearly had no idea how inspiration actually worked.
Now you know.
Say it.
Now you
I
know.
didn't either because Juice is my DM.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry. I did not know. It is my fault Nate never read his book.
Oh, nice. Double advantage. And can I also take the side note? I'll take the side note here. Everyone take this who's watching. We didn't know how it worked, but yet we still have had an awesome session so far, so don't let that kind of stuff stop you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Rules don't matter that much.
So, Dice, with a perception of 18, you quickly glance and you see what looks like an open balcony very near to where the foreman is standing. And you see at the end of the corridor that you and Eridon are standing in a set of stairs leading up to that room. And you can only assume this is either some sort of lookout or maybe the foreman's office or something like that. It's definitely an important area of the outpost.
I look to Eridon and I kind of nod up and I say, "You ready for some more special forces?"
Let's do this.
And we both look at the camera, smile.
Time to split the party again. Okay, so Aerodon and Dice, you guys take off towards the stairwell with your guys' previous stealth rolls. You do so unnoticed, especially aided as you are by the brawl that is currently happening out in the repository.
This isn't a brawl. This is slaughtering.
Brasswick, you have thrown Durgan, and because of the smooth stone of the floor, he hits the floor and slides. I'm thinking, like, the stone of this place looks like the Tower of Orthanc in the Lord of the Rings movies. Like, it's just smooth, like mirrored, like almost obsidian-looking stone. And so Durgan just hits it, and it sounds like sneakers on a basketball court, just like sliding across the stone. What's your next wrestling move?
So I run up, I actually kick him, and as I kick him, because he's on all fours, he rolls over to his back, right? And again, I'm not pulling it. I kick him. And as he rolls to his back, I'm going to jump on him and grab him and start just slamming him down, like, back and forth. Like, I'm still mad.
So this might be how Durgan dies, actually. So,
right?
So
I'm gonna take the bludgeoning, right? I gotta take one.
Yeah,
kick me.
Two more bludgeoning because it's 1 plus his strength. Yeah.
Now, Durgan, you do realize you've never seen Brasswick this pissed off before. I'm afraid of heights, and you threw me downstairs, basically, so I am furious. And I was already uneasy, so I'm just letting you know what's going through my guy's head.
It's fine, because Durgan, what he's saying is like, oh, yeah, this is perfect. It's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm just like, yeah, keep it going, yeah.
Just like eyes swollen shut, just like, yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah. And it's almost like the dwarves are gathering around to watch this happen, and it's almost a couple of cheers go up watching this happen, and you hear the foreman screaming over the din, but you can't pick out what he's saying, but you have to assume it's something like knock it the hell off, something like that, like calm down, everybody calm down. But he's just not being heard. Dice and Aerodon, you guys are going up the stairs, and you come into...
Yes.
It looks like the foreman's office. There's a stone desk along one wall strewn with papers and coins, and one of the walls is a balcony where the foreman can go out and stand and look out on the repository. And from that vantage point, you guys clearly see the foreman on the top of his platform looking down, and you see Brasswick on top of Durgan, and he's just like Ralphie from Christmas Story, just slamming Durgan into the just swearing, just like punching him.
Aerodon, Dice looks at Aerodon and says, and I'll take this inspiration from the comments feed in this video, and he says, I'll bet you a copper once I get it that Brasswick just keeps kicking the shit out of him.
I wouldn't bet against that. Let's
Oh, you're no fun. Anyway, starts looking around for anything mysterious, I think. Anything that would kind of match what we found in Demeter.
Absolutely. So, Aerodon and Dice, both of you give me perception rolls, please. Or no, give me investigation rolls.
I like that better. Well, you gotta take it for us, buddy. I got a 5.
I got a 14.
Nice. So you're looking through this office. You're going through the shelves, looking at the books, looking at the papers. And Aerodon, you're looking on the desk, and you push aside a few papers, and some coins kind of fall off the desk and clatter on the ground. And you kneel down to pick one up, and you remember something that Bulgrin, Durgan's father, had said about being offered a bribe with golden coins that were square and had a feather on them. And you reach down and you pick up this coin, and there's a few of them sitting here on the floor, and it's a square coin, and it has a feather on it, and if you turn it over on the other side, it has what looks like a griffin's head on the other side.
Yeah, so I would pick some up and show Dice, and we need to take these to I don't know, the city leadership or something. We gotta. And I quickly shove some in my pocket.
Well, and both of you give me a history check, if you would, please.
This is my jam. An unnatural 20.
Awesome.
2.
So Dice, you immediately recognize these coins, and you even had an inkling of it when Bolgren was talking. But now that you see it in person, you know beyond a doubt that this is one of the coins of the currency used in the islands of Eros, which is where the Convocation is located. Not a coin that you would see in the Southlands ever for any reason.
I look to Erdon and I just say one word: Convokers.
That's right.
And I would recognize, I'd recognize on the coin the same signet that was on the Convocation ring that we found in Demeter. And I just get a little fiery, ironically, because the steam is rising off of Dice. Not because he is getting hot in a cool area, but the exact opposite. He just looks down and he clenches his eyes shut, and he opens them towards Erdon, and Erdon, you'd see that his eyes have instantly become just the lightest of grays, like a grayish blue, and there's a fire in them, and you see this frost just begin to maneuver itself, spiraling up of his forearms, and he can't even stop it. And you will realize, but he won't, that he is now hovering 2 feet off of the ground, and he'll look down and kind of bring himself to heel and land his feet sure-footedly on the ground. And let's get out of this fucking place.
Let's go. And I would kind of put my hand and on his cloak and kind of grab a hold of him and quickly realize how cold it is. Say, let's go.
And,
so yeah, we would descend the stairs probably stealthily.
Okay, so Brasswick and Durgan, you feel rough hands on you as a pair of guards grab you both and haul you up off the ground. And the foreman is standing there, and he says, "Bring them both to my office now." And the guards start pushing you both in that direction.
As they start to push me, I do try to kick at Durgan. I'm probably a little too far away, but I try to kick him. I'm calming down, but I try to get that one last hit off.
Yeah, they're like pulling you away, and you're still trying to get at him. That's awesome.
And I super just like, when he does it, I wink at him like, well done. Like I'm still just like, yeah, keep it up.
I feel like he's taunting me, and so I'm still mad. Like it's keeping me mad. Yeah.
Dice and Erdon, as you're descending the stairs, you hear guards coming down the hallway pushing Brasswick and Durgan.
Oh, whoa. And I look around for some sort of cover, like crates or maybe a waterfall that we can hide behind.
Yeah, the only thing, there's no exit out of this office. There's shelves along the wall. There's the desk you could potentially hide under, but other than that, there's just the open balcony out into the repository.
Is the staircase is stone, I'm assuming?
Yes.
And it is enclosed, correct?
Yeah, it's enclosed. There's no sort of alcoves off to it.
Okay.
Do we fight or hide? Now, you pick. You're the warrior. You tell me.
We hide, and I quickly run back in to the office. And what is the foreman doing at this moment?
The foreman is no longer on his platform. He may be following the guards up to the office.
Okay.
Can Durgan and Brasswick see? Did we see them?
You are not sure where Erdon and Dice are.
Okay.
You were too busy getting the absolute shit kicked out of you by Brasswick.
Yes, I was.
And
And I
also,
was-
Erdon and Dice were fairly stealthy in their approach to the office. So,
Can Dice say to Erdon, hurry, get under the desk? And then Dice will kind of stand in the middle of the room, and his intention will be to use his newly found abilities in hovering and flight and be on the ceiling.
awesome, awesome. Okay, so I will need stealth checks from both of you, please.
This is when we're done goofed, man.
Told you.
I'm definitely using my last inspiration here.
This is going way better than I could have ever anticipated.
Oh, I'm so glad I used it too.
I got 19.
19.
I got a 9.
Uh-oh.
Ice is dripping. Ice drips.
Yeah, that is actually what happens. Like Erdon, you like slide under the desk just like a pro. You're under the desk before the guards come up the stairs. Dice, you float off the ground. You put your back to the ceiling, and as you're there, you see the ice on your hands thawing, and just bloop, bloop, start dripping. And the guards come up the stairs, and you see Durgan come up first. His face is just a ruin. One eye is swollen shut. His nose has clearly been broken and reset. There's blood just pouring out of it. It's all in his beard. He's limping.
But I'm smiling.
But he's got this beam on his face, and the guard shoves him roughly into the room, kind of throwing him to the ground. Brasswick comes in after, and behind the two guards, Brasswick and Durgan, the foreman comes in. He sees the puddle on the ground. He looks up, and he locks eyes with you, Dice. And we're going to take a break.
Oh, you...
Everybody go use the bathroom. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Awesome.
I just want to say, too, I was telling them to jump off the balcony. I just want all the viewers to know. I was like, jump, jump, jump.
I saw it after I was like, that's okay, I'm just going to do like a freaking ninja spy movie thing.
No, it was cool.
Loved it.
Yeah. And then I saw that and I was like, oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, I should have gave you my inspiration. Damn it.
I already used an inspiration.
I know, but you can give someone inspiration to use for their...
Yeah, but I
rolls.
couldn't use 2 inspiration in one roll.
Oh, you used it on that yourself.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
And I rolled a 4 and a 7. So.
Gotcha.
All right, be right back. Yeah, apparently Matt's the only one that needed the break.
I know,
Probably
right?
had Del
I
Taco.
better-
Yeah. That was my
Oh,
wife.
yeah.
That was my wife too. She came home and she brought me a Diet Dr. Pepper and food.
Oh, that was nice of her.
That is love.
She's pretty rad.
Oh, dude, if we go back and watch this video, I'm inhaling pizza. And it's funny the way it happened because I did that thing where I just didn't eat all day. And I realized it when I got here. James was like, oh, I'm going to order pizza. And I'm no kidding. He walks the plate in and he slides it under the camera. And that's when Matt's kind of like, all right, yeah, so, Durgan, this is your hometown. Tell us all what's going on. And I'm just like, oh, no.
That happened. I've been eating Ritz crackers. I've eaten 2 sleeves of them. And I think it would happen the last time right before we got down here. Someone was like, oh, and then Brasswick. And I'm like,
Dude, I'm like, and then Barker asked, he goes, hey, Matt, do you have it on Tim? Like, do you have it click? And I realized this because I was going, so I'm sitting there horking down pizza. Oh, it was great. So this is going to be a good video. But
Yeah,
I'm actually going to go and I'm going to refill my water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to get some water real quick, too. Go to
Don't go away.
rpgjuice.com if you're watching this right now during the
Buy a
break.
Brasswick t-shirt. Buy a Brasswick t-shirt.
Exactly. Be right back.
Hi, everybody. Just you and me, people. See if I can read some comments here.
All right. That was the most ridiculous thing ever. That's just awesome.
I was just trying to show a different side of Brasswick.
No, dude, that was that was remarkable.
That was awesome.
Like, I clearly missed grabbing him, but then out of nowhere I see him like grab my arm and just rip me down instead of trying to pull himself up. Yeah, it made my guy mad.
Oh man. Awesome. Look at all these comments too. Everyone is freaking out about the PvP between Brasswick and Turk. Everyone's like, let's PvP, let's do this.
Break all the rules. We split parties. We have
yeah. One of the comments is just fight.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh.
That's awesome.
Good stuff.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Well, it was fun to kick the crap out of Durgan.
Yeah. You actually did quite a bit of damage to him too.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, it's just awesome.
Okay,
So much
I
awesome
have to
shit
just-
happening tonight.
I have to report that I went out and I told my wife, I was like, dude, you gotta see this scene. I just, I really like this character that I'm playing, and I described the whole ice thing and the floating thing, and she said, did you stay angry or did you let it go? Let it go.
No!
And I'm like,
I made that comment because somebody said something about Anna earlier, so I said, "Let it go."
Oh no, that movie is just, you cannot escape it. You never can.
oh man.
No, that was an awesome bit of role play there, Barker. I love that moment.
Thanks, man. Thanks. There's been a lot of that this game, man.
I was just gonna say, like, this session has more like top 10 Provokers moments for me than any of the other sessions that we've had. I feel like everyone is just at the top of their game tonight. Everyone's doing such an awesome job.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, man. Making it fun.
Oh yeah. I just gotta wait for Tardy Tim to get back here.
Tardy Tim.
That's what I'm gonna call him from now on.
Mm-hmm. Tabletop tardy.
Tabletop Tardies.
Oh man, I was really hoping he'd fight back. I wanted to see a Brasswick Durgan fight. You know what? And I want to see that before the end. I just want to see it.
Battle of the Dwarves.
Battle of the Door.
2-man header, 1-man lead.
It's like a Legolas versus Gimli, like what are they? Like a fantasy fiction.
Yeah, yeah,
No, it's like Thorin versus Gimli.
yeah.
Dwarf on dwarf violence.
Oh,
Nice.
so I heard that, and
Damn it!
doesn't
God,
bother me either.
You know he has mole. What did you say, Tim? I didn't hear you.
Someone in the comment asked for a short recap on how 2 players were captured. Brasswick punched Durgan after Durgan pulled him down the stairs, and so the guards grabbed them to stop them from fighting. That is what happened.
And they're creating a diversion so Dice and Erdon can sneak about.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
Durgan's creating a diversion. I'm beating the shit out of Durgan.
Yeah, Brasswick has no idea what's even really going on.
Yeah, Brasswick is just like, this... Why the hell is Durgan doing this? I hate this. All right, so when we last left our heroes 3 minutes ago, Dice was hovering on the ceiling. His melting, frosty hands gave him away. The foreman has looked up, locked eyes with him, and the foreman says, "What the hell are you doing in my office?"
And Dice won't reply with words. Dice wants to get his friends back. Dice is done with this guy. He's done with
I
the
look
plot
up
off.
and then it all hits me like, wait. Oh, I look at Durgan. I'm like,
So is there any way that I need to do, it's a verbal and a somatic component, and what I would like to do is just wave my arm and make like kind of a guttural, like basically like a growling sound, and then a whistle, and the whistle echoes. It's like that, and I want to cast Find Steed on on top of Thadrin Stormcaller.
Is there enough room for a steed between me on the dwarven height ceiling and Thadrin below me? Or are we going to have a steep channel there?
The ceiling is fairly high in here, so you're okay. So, Durgan, what
Level
kind of
6 is when it gets ridiculous.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Okay, so Durgan, what kind of steed are you? Does it have to be something that's nearby, or?
No. The basic it says that I summon. It's basically a spirit that assumes the form of an unusually intelligent, strong, and loyal steed, creating a long-lasting bond. So it's kind of like the paladin's fine mount, because I'm a paladin.
Right.
So
okay.
It says that you can allow other animals. It's usually a warhorse, a pony, a camel, an elk, a mastiff. I would like to do a good old-fashioned dwarven battle ram.
Absolutely.
That looks eerily like a ram anthropomorphication of Durgan.
Absolutely.
Right? So
with a broken nose.
Yeah, the whole nine, right? So basically,
He's got all
I want to
blue
try
hair.
right?
There's a blue
and that's
goat
kind
beard.
of what I think. Since it's like a spirit animal, ish, I do think that whenever I summon it, he would take on certain properties that I have. So maybe you could do like a busted snout and like blue beard, but I'm trying. It basically serves as a mount, and it's just an animal. It's it's celestial.
Awesome. So, let's see. There are stats for a ram.
Right.
So we're going to use those stats for it for now. I think with Fine Steed, its intelligence is a little bit higher, but other than that, it should be the same.
Right. And it, I think, basically, if the intelligence is too low, it immediately becomes a 6 and gains the ability to understand one language of my choice.
Yes.
That I speak. So I'm going to make that Dwarven.
Okay, cool. So I want you, Durgan, to describe to me what it looks like, what this ram looks like, and how it looks when it is summoned on top of Thadrin Stormcaller. And also, whatever stats it has, go ahead and make one attack with it against Thadrin.
Oh, that's great. I'll have to pull up RAM in the... I don't even know if I have that in the player's handbook.
I think it might be in the monster manual.
I don't have that with me.
Okay,
So if you could do that, and I'll describe the conjuration.
Give me 1 second. I gotta grab the monster manual.
So this is the first time that I'm casting this, and it's kind of a horrific, ugly sight. The way that it happens, it's clumsy, and so what you see is this red and golden spectral form of what looks like a tiny fetal ram, and it kind of appears glowing, and then it slowly starts to grow and age, like almost in stop motion, and it's kind of like zzz, and then hopefully it finally, almost like the transformation scene in like American Werewolf in London, like it's just like, and then when it finally like pops to, it's like this majestic, ugly, Durgan-looking ram.
Awesome. So I am having trouble finding stats for a ram, so we're gonna go ahead and use the stats for the giant goat.
Sounds good to me.
Giant.
It looks more like him anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found riding horse. I mean, you could use something like a horse, but
Durgan, not Tim. It looks like Durgan.
Dwarven burn.
Dwarven burn.
So Tim, the giant goat has a +5 to hit and does 2d4 + 3 bludgeoning damage with its horns.
Nice. All right, so it's. Let's see here. All right, so I roll A with my. Oh yes, nat 20.
Oh,
Yes.
We didn't do anything.
Yeah! Oh, that's amazing. So, all right, so for crit, I roll both d4, right?
Yeah, roll
Right,
both
so-
d4s and add the +3, and then times it by 2.
Okay, so 5 damage before anything, 6, 7, 8 times 2 is 16 damage.
16 bludgeoning damage. Okay.
yes.
And I would think after I whistle and this thing like birthingly appears, the first command I would give it in Dwarven would be kick.
Wait, are we behind it?
I think so.
I don't want it to kick.
Well,
Just saying.
we're behind it, but
That's a little meta. That's a little meta juice.
Thadrin is in front of us.
It was an out-of-character question, to be fair.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, this ram. Hang on, I just need a second.
He really pulls out the crits when he needs to.
Oh my!
Yeah.
It's just fantastic. Okay, so the ram appears after Durgan calls it. It basically when it comes flying out of whatever plane this thing is coming from. It comes charging out and catches the foreman Thodrin Stormcaller with its horns and just picks him up and throws him to the side. And Thodrin just goes sliding across the stone, just bleeding from this battering ram that just hit him. And everyone in the room is standing there just like, what just happened? Like the guards are like trying to look around, like where did that ram just come from? And we're going to go in initiative order. Erdon, you're under the desk. What do you do?
Okay, so what I'm wondering is, am I close enough to swing at anything from under the desk?
No, they're about 15 feet away from you under the desk.
Okay. Then I would probably, I would probably just leap out and I would take a swing at the nearest. My sword comes out, and I'm going to take a swing at the nearest captor. I guess is the foreman closest, or is the
the two guards are closest to you. They're standing behind Brasswick and Durgan. So as you come out of the desk, you're basically looking at the hallway where the stairs are leading down. The two guards are basically standing in front of this hallway, and in front of them are Durgan and Brasswick. So you can come out of the desk, move past Brasswick and Durgan, and take a swing at the nearest guard, basically.
Okay. Yeah, and I would probably, what I would probably try to do is, I would just, weave in between Durgan and Brasswick, and I would take a swing at one with my sword, and then I would quickly just turn it the other direction and swing at the other using my second wind.
Okay.
All right, and I get a not so good. A 10 and a 13.
The 13 hits.
Okay. And that will be 4 damage.
4 damage. Okay.
Slashing.
On your second attack there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay, so you come forward with your long sword, and these guards are just too befuddled to even put up their defenses. But the first one manages to just barely move out of the way of your sword, but you bring it around and jab it past the leather armor that the second guard is wearing. These guys aren't decked out in plate or anything. They're basically wearing, thick leather armor, and they're both carrying maces.
Are they carrying the maces, or were they using their hands to hold us?
Well, they were using their hands to hold you, so the maces are kind of hanging from their belts.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, how many are there?
There's 2 guards and the foreman, so three enemies total in the room with you guys.
Okay.
And that brings us to Dice.
Dice is going to, he's on the ceiling, and he kind of does this rolling maneuver off of the ceiling, kind of like this, and he's hovering in this room, and he takes his staff and he twists it a little bit, and his goal is to put those 2 guards to sleep. And I'm going to cast that spell using a level 3 spell slot, so I've used 2 of those now, which means that I can roll a oh wait, where did I lost it? I can roll 7d8 worth of hit points.
Okay, great.
On those 2, so 10.
Isn't it area of effect and can affect friendlies too?
No, I choose
Oh, you
Yeah,
do have
sleep,
the ability to?
Sleep
Okay.
works pretty differently in 5th edition. You select you get a number of hit points, and then you can put that many creatures asleep depending on how many hit points they have.
So a total of 33 hit points. Trying to put the
33 hit
guards
points.
down.
Okay. So you are able to put one of them to sleep. Would you like to do the one who is on the left of the door or the right of the door?
Erdon's going at one of them, correct?
Yeah.
The one that he's not going at. I'll just remove.
Awesome description, by the way. That's a really awesome image. Dice like floating in the room, casting spells. Yeah, the guard he goes for his mace. He pulls it up, and all of a sudden his eyes roll back in his head. He slumps, hit the wall, and falls to the ground, completely unconscious.
Awesome.
His mace clattering to the ground. Awesome. Anything else, Dice?
Nope, looking badass. That's it.
Yeah, basically. All right, Durgan.
If they have it pretty well handled, I would probably. So there's 2 guards standing, and then.
And then the foreman, yeah.
Is he still on the ground?
He is on the ground near your ram. So it's basically like you're standing, your ram's in front of you, and he's been tossed like probably about 6 or 7 feet in front of the ram.
I think I'm going to charge him.
Okay.
And jump on him.
Okay. Give me a strength check, if you would, please.
Yep. Ugh. Well, 15.
Yeah, that beats his.
Sweet.
You are on top of him, pinning him to the floor.
Yeah, and I would definitely. I know we're in combat, but the idea is that I'm just like, this guy took my dad's job, and with all the stuff that's going on, I'm just like, you. And I'm not necessarily like talking, but I'm just like, and I'm just trying to wail him in the face, just get all that anger out.
Yeah, and he's like putting his hands up because he got hit with the ram's horns, and then you're piling on top of him, and he's basically he can't even get to, the dagger at his belt. He's just sitting there holding his hands up, trying not to get the shit kicked out of him. And your ram acts on your initiative. Do you want it to do anything?
I would actually want it to shatter his knee.
Okay, so the ram is going to go ahead and attack him, so do +5 to hit, 2d4 plus 3 damage.
Do I get advantage or anything? He's on the ground, or?
Yes, you do get advantage because he's on the ground.
Sweet.
And he's technically grappled, so that would give you advantage as well.
Perfect. With the +5 to hit, and it's like, yeah, so it would be with the advantage, I got a 15.
Yeah, that hits.
And then it's 2d4, right?
2d4 plus 3, yeah.
2d4 plus 3, so 1, 2. 8 damage.
Okay. The ram comes up, drives its hooves into the foreman's leg, and you hear a snap as his leg breaks, and the foreman just yelps, just ah! And he's holding up his arms, just trying to stop this just pummeling onslaught that is just completely taken him by surprise.
Nice.
All right, Brasswick, you are up. So behind you, Erdon has engaged a guard, but the guard directly behind you has just slumped to the floor as Dice has cast sleep on him.
Okay. So Erdon has hit the other guard, though.
Yeah,
okay,
the other guard has been wounded.
As I'm turning around to look at what happened with these 2 guards, I reached to my side for my battle axe and realized it must have fallen as I went down the stairs.
And then
I quickly reached for my mace and realized that isn't there either. And I look at the guard's mace to grab it off of his side.
Okay.
So as I grab it, I'm assuming I may have... Well, he probably doesn't have... Does he have his hand on it, or...?
He's reaching for it, so... what I'll have you do?
Asleep. Sorry.
Yeah, there is a mace. There is.
I want the one on the guy that's standing.
Exactly. So give me a sleight of hand check, man.
Ooh. Yeah. Nope. 2.
So you reach for it. He basically pivots away and draws it off his belt as you try and reach for it.
Hands go up, and I kind of take a step back, like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, cool.
Oh, Brasswick. That's awesome.
All right, so coming back around to the top of the initiative, so we've got 1 guard asleep, 1 guard wounded. Erdon and Brasswick are standing next to him. Dice is floating in the middle of the room. Durgan is on top of the foreman, and him and his ram are just beating this guy senseless.
And I do want to say, my character is thinking at this time, while the foreman may be somebody who is bad, my character isn't necessarily thinking these guards are guilty,
Right.
and so he's not so sure he wants to hurt them. I didn't say anything to you guys, but that's just my interior thoughts as a character.
Okay, cool. So, Erdon, the guard takes a swing at you with his mace. You bring your sword up and easily deflect it. But Brasswick, he comes back around with the mace and he drives it onto your shoulder and hits you for 5 bludgeoning damage. And Durgan, the foreman is... Yeah, he's not that smart. He's going to try and kick you off. So he's going to do strength against yours.
Okay. Oh, no way. I rolled an unnatural 19.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, he lurches up, and you just pin him back down. All right. Erdon.
So just out of character, I realized last time I said I was using my second wind, what I meant was action surge.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
For all the rules lawyers out there who will be watching this.
I'm sure there's 59 comments about it.
We have more
Actually,
story lawyers.
it's action surge, not second wind, so...
You can't use second wind to make a second attack. It's not the way it works.
No, we have story lawyers. Hey, how come Dice hasn't said freeze the meat?
Yeah.
We have story lawyers. Oh
Because
my
he
God.
froze the beard.
Yeah, I did. Hey, remember the scale.
Dripping now. It's dripping now.
All right, so I'm gonna take another swing with my sword. So yeah, I would kind of after sidestepping the blow from this guy's mace, I kind of am going, and I also am not looking for killing blows here.
Okay.
For sure. Because I don't know, perhaps Durgan even knows these guys, and I don't, So anyway, I am just taking a swing at this guy's side, maybe trying to knock the wind out of him or something with my sword.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So. Oh, man. Got a 12 to attack. 12 to hit.
That is enough.
All right. And a whopping 4 damage once again.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't the sharp end of the sword, so that makes sense.
Yeah, you're like hitting the guy with the flat of your blade or kind of getting little nicks in here and there, just basically trying to get him to submit so you don't have to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. That was Erdon. Dice, you're up.
Okay, so Foreman is down on the floor.
Yep.
Brasswick and Erdon are taking on this one guard.
Yeah.
Dice kind of just floats quickly forward and lands on the ground, and he holds his staff down at the foreman's throat and says, "We need him alive." And this ice starts as frost by his ankles, just maneuvers up his body and looks like a set of plate mail that's just formed out of just frozen ice, and it comes all the way up to his neck, and he's just glaring down with furious gray eyes at this foreman. That was mage armor.
That's awesome. I was gonna say, is that mage armor? That's really awesome, dude.
Thanks.
Yeah, and the foreman looks thoroughly terrified at this point. There is very real fear in his eyes as he's looking up at a very pissed Durgan raining blows down on him, a ram that has just shattered his leg, and now this mad flying wizard has come down in a suit of resplendent ice armor and is holding this magical staff down at him, and the foreman just cracks. He says, all right, and he says, stop it, and he kind of holds his hand out to the other guard, and he goes, drop your mace. And the guard kind of is looking at Erdon, and he sets the mace down on the floor and holds his hands up.
Mm-hmm. And I just hold my blade to his neck, and I reach down for the mace. And
Brasswick grabs the mace first.
Oh. There you go.
Beat you to it. I'm closer to the ground. It was easier.
Booyah.
Durgan would absolutely take and just kind of like give one more rib punch to this dude. Just like wham, just like okay, I'm done.
And both you, and your ram in sync back up from him. And you both have the same exact look on your faces.
Bye.
Oh god.
I heard him sing. Sorry.
Only you, Juice. Only you.
I love NSYNC.
The foreman gets himself up to a sitting position, and he puts his back to the balcony, and he's sitting there, and you hear coming up the stairs the footfalls of a bunch more guards, and as they come into the room, the foreman holds his hand up, basically just says, stop, don't come in the room. And they're all standing there with their maces. And the foreman's like, what do you want? What do you want?
I shoved Durgan forward. Get up there.
No, you say, we just wanted a tour.
It's my dad's birthday. Jeez.
You're such an asshole.
And I would probably go to Durgan and really quickly just show him some of the coin that we found and say, does this ring any bells?
And then, I would kind of look at them and look at him. Like, that speaks for itself. I don't even think I'd have to say anything.
It had a griffin on it, right? Just like the Provoker?
Yeah.
One side's a griffin, other side's a feather?
Yeah.
Okay.
He looks down at the coin that you've tossed towards him. He looks at Erdon, he looks at Durgan. And he just starts sobbing. This big burly dwarf just starts crying. And the guards kind of are shuffling uncomfortably, not used to seeing this show of emotion from their boss.
Brasswick mutters, pitiful. A dwarf crying? Just pitiful.
And Dice kind of kneels down, staff still at the throat of the foreman, and he says, "Stop it! Just cut it out! Just cut it out!" And this frost begins to spread across his face, and his tears just freeze to his cheeks. What's going on? Who's funding the army?
It's we're getting paid to send thunder weapons to this army that's marching north. We've been making the weapons down here in the repository and shipping them out. But it goes higher than me. I'm being told to do this. And the guards are kind of like, "Hey, boss, no!" And he's like, "Shut up!" He's like, "It's over." And he looks at Durgan and he says, "Blood Mountain, your dad could have got in on this, too. He chose his pride."
I smack him in the face.
Ugh.
And then I pick him up with one hand angrily, and I just bicep curl him towards my broken nose. And I'd say, "And Stoneriff would be a greater place if more dwarves chose their pride instead of this." And I spit next to him, just... And then I pull him even closer in, and you probably hear my nose crack a little more as I press his against mine. And I say, "Who hurt my father?"
And he looks down at the floor. He's too ashamed to look you in the eye, Durgan. He's... in his heart, you know that he's still a dwarf of Stonerift, and he can't bear the shame of this thing that he's doing, and he looks up at you and he says, "Durgan, it's Nosmer. It's King of the Toil."
Dice is surprised by this too. Nosmer is the one that seemed helpful.
Yeah.
Right.
And I drop him. I drop the foreman, and I just turn and I just flip any furniture that I can. Just like I don't even care anymore.
Really
That's all
funny
I need.
if it
Yeah,
It'd
like
be
I'm like, this is stone table.
Nope.
This is carved out of the ground. Didn't realize.
No, yeah, you grab a chair, you don't even grab it. You just scoop it off the ground and throw it off the balcony, and it falls and shatters.
And I just yell like, "Ah!"
And the guards are just standing there in the doorway, and they're all kind of looking at each other just like, shit, man. And the foreman says it again, almost like he's relieved to be saying this, like he's been wanting to say it. He goes, It's Nosmer Stonehammer, King of the Toil. He said it would keep Stone Rift safe. He said it was the only way.
Does it seem like all the guards are in on it as well? Like everybody hears us?
Yeah, it seems like the guards are basically like they're not surprised hearing it. They're more just like, well, great. Jig is up, basically.
Okay.
And I would say, something to the effect of, leave it to a merchant king. I tell you, the warriors should be leading a city. This is just typical.
And the foreman says, that's just it. Nosmer knew Balrog wouldn't march against the army. Balrog refused. And so he took it into his own hands to try and keep Stone Rift safe. I don't know the details of the deal. All he told us was that by doing this, Stone Rift wouldn't burn like everything else in the Southlands.
I think it's time for you to walk with us back up to the Great Hall, and we'll discuss this with Balrog and Nosmer in person. What do you say to that?
He gets this look on his face. He looks down at the floor, at the coin with the feather on it, and he looks up at you, Dice, and he says, I'm ready to die.
I am looking at this guy, and I'm trying to figure out if he's telling us the truth or not. Like, if I sense that there's any kind of backstabbing involved, or if he's actually being 100% sincere kind of thing.
Yeah, give me a sense motive.
Wow. 2 crits in a row.
Awesome.
Which side?
Yeah,
20.
that's what I was thinking.
20 both.
Okay.
This guy seems like he has been wanting to tell somebody this for years. He's overcome with a sense of shame and relief at the same time. And, he broke down crying when he was first confronted. And as he's looking down at this coin that he's been paid to basically betray his city, betray his people, he's looking down at this coin, and he just gets this acceptance over his face. And you feel that as he looks up at you and says, I'm ready to die.
So because I'm picking that up, and because of who my deity is, I turn to Durgan and kind of pull him aside real quick, just me and him, and I say, look, I feel like he's being really, honest with us, and, maybe, the odds are against him. I mean, he could have ended up like your father, and, maybe he's just kind of going along with it because it was a battle he can't win. What do you say we try to help spare his life? I mean, it's not going to do any good if the whole city's in on it. So what about sparing his life and letting him leave this city?
And, and the thing is that Durgan's kind of, I don't want to say out of his mind right now, but his literal world has been totally just, this veil has been peeled back, and it's like ripping a mattress open and it's full of cockroaches. Like, it's like, what? Like, this crazy thing. So he's acting a little more erratically than he would normally. And so I don't know how Brassic would respond to this. Mm-hmm. But not with the intention to harm, but literally Durgan would just take Brasswick's face in his hands like this and just say, I know he's telling the truth, and he is not going to die. Tonight, we kill a king.
But how deep does it go, Durgan? We can't fight your whole city.
Aye, but I can
As
twist
I pull
it.
his hands off my face.
Sure, and I would let it happen. I mean, I'm like just almost unconsciously doing it. And I'd say, aye, but I can twist his head off and make sure it never happens again. It goes as deep as the crown.
I agree. I mean, it's clear. We got to think about this. We really need to think about what we're doing. We can't just bust up in there and try to kill the king. It's not going to work that way.
And
we need to bring the proof to Balrock. Is he trustworthy? And I would look at Balgrin. Oh, wait, no, not Balgrin. What's his name?
Thadrin.
Thadrin. I would look at Thadrin and ask him, what of Balrock? Does he know anything?
I think if Balrock knew anything about this, he'd be wearing Nosmer's head as a helmet.
Then let's make that happen.
Aye.
What are you gonna do with me?
And I think
And
without even... Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
He looks at you, Durgan, and he says, Durgan, you know, I'm dead.
Not if you take the fall and we find someone else to put the blame on and scapegoat. And Dice looks at the other guards, and then he points to there's no dead people in this room, obviously, but he says someone else could take the blame.
He goes, no. He says, you don't understand. If it comes out that the corruption goes this deep, there's going to be a purge. Anyone who worked with me or Nosmer is going to be executed. You know this, Durgan. You know what's going to happen.
And he would lean down and he would put his hands over Thadrin's wounded knee, and he would use lay on hands, all 10 hit points, and
Okay.
just kind of like and he'd look into his face and he'd say, "We throw bolts, and we both know that the electric current does what it does. Cause and effect, chain of consequence. We don't control the bolts. We just move them around. We both know that this is a force of nature. And the point of all that I'm saying is this. Cause and effect. I don't want you to die, but you certainly have made that bed. If you sleep in it, then you sleep in it. But that's a path you need to walk down if you want to retain any of your honor as a dwarf of a stone rift. Be a man."
Brasswick is pretty adamant right now, and I hate being this guy, but Brasswick is adamant right now, and he turns to Durgan and says, no, we can't force him to do this. We need to really get him out of town. You know, maybe we give him their maces, and we tell them they need to get marching out of town, and we handle this. I don't think sending a man to his deathbed is the right way, and I think anyone involved in this needs to be sent out of town, as long as they're remorseful.
He looks at you, Brasswick, and he says, no one's forcing me to do this. I go willingly. And he looks at the guards, and he says, Take me. I'll confess, and I'll give up Nosmer. But these men here, they were working under my orders. Spare them.
Aye.
Spare them, and I'll take the fall. And he looks at Dice. He says, I'll take the fall.
And so Brasswick says, one man for many lives. I can agree to that.
I hold my hand out to help Thadrin up.
He takes the hand, he stands up. He's limping a little bit on his leg, but he's able to stand on it because Durgan healed it. He looks up at you, Dice. And he just kind of wordlessly nods to you. And then looks at Durgan and he says, "We need to talk to Balrock."
And Dice would definitely say, when he nods, he says, "Don't get comfortable. You and me, we're not friends." And he kind of nudges him forward and says, whispers to Durgan, "I think we should talk about the big ram in the room."
Yeah, what's your
And at that point-
what's your ram's name, Durgan?
Okay. Migrog, that would have
Is he
worked
doing
real well
this?
against
Like,
the giant.
I was just gonna say, I don't know. They're Juice Junior. I haven't thought of one yet.
I'm the ram.
No, I have not thought of one yet. I would definitely say, though, I will say this, as you say that, Dice, the Ram and I both kind of suspiciously turn, and we are looking at each other.
And
Well,
it's almost like
in the corner.
Durgan is looking into a mirror. Like it's just Durgan's face, and you're not sure where Durgan's face ends and the ram's face begins.
I'm not even sure where this smell comes from. I can't tell if it's from the ram or Durgan.
I don't know. One of them definitely just took a crap.
All right, so the guards are kind of standing around looking at each other. They look at the foreman, and the foreman just tells them, "It's over." And he says, "Go about your business. Just go." And the guards, the guards kind of help their injured friend away, and they grab the one who's just unconscious and start dragging him away.
I give the
And,
guy his mace back, by the way.
Oh, he takes it, puts it on his belt.
No hard feelings.
And Thadrin is kind of just looking to you guys for what you guys want to do.
I actually, no matter what we do while we are walking up there, I don't have my book anymore, but I'm going to preach the
Preach
whole
it.
way. Yep.
Cool.
So,
And
I was just going to say that while you're doing that, one of the things that I would make it a point to do is during one of the natural pauses in conversation as you were doing that, is I would pause and I would say to Braswick, I would say, I'm not looking to send a man to his death that he hasn't earned. I want you to remember this. The reason you're preaching without a book is because you gave it to the boy whose father is dead because of that man. Don't forget that.
I turn to Durgan. I just say I don't think it's as clear as black and white. I think it was a lot harder for him to decide. He wouldn't have caved like that if it wasn't hard in the first place.
I would agree with you if I didn't have a blind father sitting in his home with nothing because he made that choice.
Durgan, your anger, it's understandable. I get it. I truly understand it. But I think your father is blind, and that's just an image of what this guy could have went through.
Aye.
It made
And
it
then Durgan would
harder,
just
I
keep
think,
going.
on him.
Aye. And then Durgan would just be silent the rest of the walk.
And Dice will hand Braswick a book, and he, when you open it, you'll see that it's your Tome of Ilmater, the exact same one, and all the spells inscribed in the margins have been kind of rubbed out in this kind of dark charcoal smearing fashion. And he says, "For your prayers, I've pretty much memorized them anyway."
I look down, and I'm just looking at it, and I open it real quick, and I look at it, Dice, and almost a tear starts to come to my eye, and I'm like so happy and excited, and I put my hand on his shoulder close to me. Thank you. I'm really glad you had this.
And I just nod, and then I grab Thadrin and I say, "Well, if you don't mind, I'll take him the fast way up. And I kind of grab him by the back of his collar, and the two of us just begin flying upward, just soaring off through the balcony, upward toward that tiny ribbon of night sky.
Awesome.
It
So
would have been nice
Dice.
if you could have given us a ride. Not a
The
big fan
spell
of that
allows
ride.
me to do that. I just forgot. I'm hoping my 10 minutes isn't up because I might have to use Featherfall pretty soon.
No, you're good. You're good. You're able to make it up to the top levels of Stone Rift. The rest of you are going to have to take the lift up. Do you do so?
Yeah, before we do that, though, I turn to Durgan, and I grab him now by his collar, and that look that I had like 30 minutes ago comes back, and I say, if you ever grab me and pull me downstairs again, it'll be the last thing you grab ever. And I let go. And all of a sudden, I'm like back to normal me.
And I am totally oblivious. I go, oh, and I wink. Go ahead. Good work, by the way. And I slap his shoulder.
I just look at him, and I'm like, I turn to Erdon. This guy's an idiot.
Erdon would be almost all the way out the door at this point and just look over his shoulder and frown and keep walking down the stairs.
And
So you guys head towards the lift, and you start taking it up. It's a long ride up to the top, and it stops a lot for people getting on and off. Actually takes you about 10 or 15 minutes to ride this elevator all the way to the top. But Dice makes it up there fairly quickly, and him and Thodrin make it up to the top. And as you land, Dice, anyone who's nearby is just kind of like, what the hell? And people are kind of... A couple of people actually start like kind of jogging away, like, whatever's happening, I don't want a part of it. And a few other people just kind of give you this weird look, and a couple of guards approach and say, what is the meaning of this? Where are you taking him?
to Balrog, and I kind of cringe. Nosmer.
And the foreman looks at these two guards and he says, we need to talk to Balrog. It's urgent. I'm Foreman Thodrin Stormcaller." And the two guards look at each other and they say, "This way then." And they lead you through a few of the catacombs, and they take you to this circular room that's open to the sky, and the floor is covered in hay, and there's stables here where all of the rams are kept. And you see Balrog here in the stables, and he's actually he's sitting there and he's brushing a ram. And he's not wearing his crown. He's wearing kind of these silken red robes, very nicely dressed. It looks like he's just sort of in what he wears for comfort. And he looks up as the guards approach, and he's brushing this ram, and he kind of stops as he sees you, Dice, and he recognizes you from meeting you. And he sees the foreman, and the foreman's kind of, bloody and battered from his fight with the ram and with Durgan. And he stands up and he leaves the brush there, and he says, "What is the meaning of this?"
And I kind of toss Thodrin down, not too hard, but definitely not carefully, and just look at him and expectantly.
Thodrin looks back at Dice and then looks at Balrog, and he says, "My king, I have come to confess to you."
And I flip the coin to Balrog as he's speaking.
And Balrog catches the coin, looks down at it, and looks at the foreman, and the foreman continues, and he says, "I come to confess that I, Thodrin Stormcaller, have been in league with the savages of Gavalt and the man who leads them, and that I have knowingly accepted money from them and shipped thunder weapons out of Stone Rift to be used in their war And Balrog has this face. It just mesmerized, just completely taken by surprise. And he looks at Dice, and he looks down, and he says, Why do you tell me this now? What? And Balrog says, and Thodrin says, because I was told to do it by Nosmer. And it's about at this point that you three arrive here in the stables, escorted by the guards that you've asked to bring you here, and you hear him say, I was told to do so by Nosmer. And Balrog looks up and sees you all coming.
I nudge Durgan again.
I was going to say, I kind of walk in, and this is all just so emotionally taxing for him. It's just like, so he walks in, and he basically, think about the last time Durgan was here. It was a much more ceremonious kind of thing. It was bowing and chanting and doing all this stuff, and this is totally different. This is the Aragorn push the door open, sweaty, bloody, and he's just like, we need to take Nosmir's head. It's him. It's him who's done this.
What proof do you have other than the word of the foreman? This is a devastating accusation.
Who is the coin? Who is the coin?
And he holds it up, and he says, this is a coin of Eros.
Durgan, the crates. Demeter.
How do you know that this is happening?
We were in Demeter. We were fighting. We were fighting. We were fighting. And when we bested Migrog and took his head, in his lair, we found a crate of weapons that could only be forged here in Stonerift. I destroyed them myself with my own hand. I swear this on the Blood Mountain name. And he spits in his hand, clasps it, and puts it against his chest.
Dagram, he was there. He can attest.
Aye.
Balrog is silent for a moment, and the silence hangs heavy in the stables here. And he actually walks over to this ram that he's brushing. And he picks up the brush and he keeps brushing the ram. And then he looks to the guards that are standing at the door and he says, Wake Nosmer. Bring him here. He looks at Thodrin and he says, Put this one in a cell. And after a while, the guards return, and Nosmer is walking ahead of them, and he's walking with his head held high. And he walks into the stables, and he sees you all standing there, and he just kind of nods his head towards you. And he looks at Balrog, and he says, What do you need, Brother King? And Balrog says, These men have brought forward an accusation against you, Brother King, that you are in league with the being known as the Corruptor and the savages of Gavalt in their war in the Southlands. And Nosmer nods and says, That is correct. And Balrog is like, You realize this is treason. You realize this is punishable by death. And Nosmer says, Yes, I do, Brother King. Do as you see fit. What are you guys doing while this is taking place? They're just kind of standing across from each other in the stable, just looking wordlessly at each other, and Balrog is just devastated. He just has this look on his face that is just heartbreaking.
And I think Durgan, as much as has gone on, there's still a sense of
ancestry, and they're his two kings. Because Durgan he's a man of Stone Rift. So it's not like he's going to go and just throw it a throwing axe or something. It's like, I think I'm kind of in a state of inaction. I don't know that I can really do anything right now. I'm just kind of like, these are still my kings. Am I doubting myself? I don't know. There's a lot going on.
And I think Erdon would probably, just still feeling a little uneasy and suspicious. I walk out. Are we in a stables or a building or
yeah, you're in the stables, it's still part of the greater complex of Stone Rift, but there's no ceiling. It's open to the air.
Okay, yeah. So I would be just kind of going outside, and I'd probably be leaning against the side of the building, just kind of keeping watch and trying to listen to what's going on.
Okay.
Brasswood could probably position himself close to to Balrock,
Okay.
just in case something kind of happens, like kind of imagining that this news could cause somebody to attack him. So.
And Dice looks to his friends and looks back up at the two dwarven kings and looks down at Thaldrin and says, "An army marches on Valhast. We've discussed this. This is no time for a schism anywhere. What can you do?" And his eyes dash to Nosmer. "What can you do to help stop the corruptor?"
Nosmer looks at you, Dice, and he says, "What I can do, I have already done." He looks back at Balrock and he says, "I will accept the judgment and the punishment for treason." And we're going to fast forward a little bit here. It's the next day. You four are standing in the Hall of Thunder. It is the largest chamber in Stone Rift. The ceilings almost go beyond your vision. It looks like Moria from Lord of the Rings. There's no seats, no chairs in here. There's no furniture of any kind. There are no tables. There's only these soaring black pillars which zig and zag back and forth like lightning bolts every 100 feet or so. There are towering statues of former kings and great heroes of Stone Rift set in alcoves on the wall, and their faces are grim and placid as they stare down on the Hall of Thunder. There's a mural along the far wall of this chamber. It depicts the Exodus, the great migration of the dwarves to the Stormlands during the rise of the Khazran Empire when their brothers were enslaved. There are dwarves in this mural being shackled, whipped, and chained. And there's a second group of dwarves walking away from them, looking back in sadness and anger. At the center of the Hall of Thunder is a massive device of iron and stone, 4 columns with a platform in the center. At the center of this platform stands Nosmer Stormhammer, and off to the side stands his brother king, Balrock Hornhelm. You four are standing at the front of the massive crowd assembled here in the Hall of Thunder today. There are thousands. All of Stone Rift has come to see this happen. Balrock speaks. His voice is unmagicked, but it carries just the same across the entire hall, which is hushed and silent. And he says, "Nosmer Stormhammer." And slightly more quiet, he says, "Brother King, you are charged with treason against the city of Stone Rift, bringing dishonor and corruption on the Stormlands. How do you plead?" And looks out across the crowd, and he actually looks at the Provokers. He locks eyes with each of you. And he nods, and he looks back at Balrog, and he says, I plead guilty. And Balrog hangs his head. The charge is treason. The punishment is death. Do you have any last words, Brother King? And you can see he's starting to cry. There are tears coming down his face, but his voice remains strong. And Nosmer takes a moment and then says, I only have a question, Brother King. Ask it. And Nosmer says, are you spurred now to take action against the corruptor? Will you march? And Balrog says, yes, I will. And Nosmer says, then I am ready to die. And Balrog reaches out and pulls a lever on the side of this column. And there is a bright, almost blinding flash of white-blue light as lightning arcs from all 4 pillars. And as the light fades, there's a wisp of smoke and a pile of ash at the center of the platform where Nosmer Stormhammer once stood. And Balrog looks out at the people of Stonerift, and he looks out at the Provokers, and he says, the king is dead. Long live the king. And the cheer goes up, long live the king. And it is deafening, booming across the chamber, and it's very morose. And it looks like Balrog is turning to leave, but as he does so, you see Dagrim Boltthrower rushing up to him, almost sprinting up to him, and he has a piece of paper in his hands. And he hands it to Balrog. Balrog opens up the paper. He reads for a second. He closes the paper and he looks up, and his eyes meet yours, Dice. And he says, Valhouse has been attacked by an auxiliary force from Gavalt. They call for aid. And that is where we will end our session tonight.
Dun dun dun! I felt the cliffhanger coming. I knew it. I could just feel it, the tone.
I know. I saw your comment in the chat. It's like, I'm waiting for the cliffhanger.
That wasn't as bad as like, here's the big bad guy. And...
Yeah.
Very true.
Oh, that was great.
That felt like a punch to the chest, man. That whole last 10 minutes was really, really good.
Thank you. That was a great session, guys. That was probably my favorite session yet. Everyone did just an amazing job. Had a great time.
And I got to break Durgan's nose this time.
Yeah, it was awesome.
You broke Durgan's nose.
Do you want me to mend it? I can mend it for you.
I don't want you to make it blue.
I just want to see Durgan with the bright blue beard and just like a bulbous red nose after.
Durgan the red nose dwarf. Excellent. That was a blast.
So, yeah, I think we'll hang out for just a couple minutes here, maybe read some of the comments and just kind of come down from the session.
Yeah, right.
I'm a little just.
Dang.
It was kind of intense, so we're just gonna kind of hang out and shoot the shit for a little bit, and then we're gonna part ways until the next session. So
sounds good.
We'll do it in about 3.5 months.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully sooner than 2 months, that's for sure.
And as soon as he puts that up, you're going to get comments 3 months in advance.
Yeah.
I'm waiting here with my beer.
Exactly. There was some guy who was just like... The best part was that guy commented again, like
2 weeks
3
later.
weeks later, and he was like, I ran out of beer. What do I do? We have a question here. from Spirited, who says, I know this has been answered before, but I somehow keep missing it. I'd like to join the one-shot group if you'll have me. How do I go about doing that? Oh, and someone already answered it. Never mind. Okay.
What's the one-shot group?
Juice, it's awesome. You should go check it out, man. It's
Really?
great.
I'm going to be running my first one-shot game here pretty soon, I think.
Awesome.
Nice.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do one too.
I want to do like a time travel heist.
Oh,
Nice.
awesome, dude.
I'm gonna be running one on Thursday for a couple of people I've played with before, or one person I've played with before, one person I haven't, and then a couple newbies in the group. So
Awesome.
that'll be Thursday night.
Cool.
Yeah, I finally got into one of Andrew's Githyanki games. I'm
Friday
super
night?
psyched about that. Friday night. Are you in that one too, Juice?
I sure am.
Awesome. I'll see you in a week, buddy.
Yeah.
I'll be tuning into that, man.
Awesome. It's the first 2 sessions have just been awesome, so I'm super psyched to play in the third one.
Don't show weakness.
I won't. Actually, I'm pretty excited because my Githyanki is a poet. I'm very excited. No, hang on. He's a poet who writes his poetry in the flesh of his fallen enemies. So
Oh, okay. So there you go.
does that make
I
it
can't
better?
Way better. Yeah, way better.
No
Cool,
weakness
cool,
there.
cool.
And people
Yeah.
might be curious. There's a very hierarchy type of deal. So if anyone outranks you and they show weakness, you're allowed to attack player versus player to take their
Exactly. Yeah, it's basically like everybody just is constantly trying to move up the ladder, and the easiest way to do that is just jump on somebody if they ever falter at all. So
spot. Yeah.
So it's funny because Lloyd's character is like in charge, and so he's constantly just having to watch his ass from everybody below him. So
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I want to give you 2 strokes here, Matt. 2
Yeah.
compliments. First off, the way at the end of the game where everything just like tied together, and
Yeah.
especially when Thodron said, "Now are you ready to march?" Like as if this whole thing was a way to just get this started in a way, some sort of way, was just dope. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Also,
Super awesome.
I am horrible at describing cities. I'm really bad at giving a city a feel. Almost all my cities kind of feel very similar. They might have a different layout, but they feel similar. But this place felt like a place I'd never even heard of, and the way it was described, I could smell it. I could feel it. It was awesome. Really good.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I really do.
problem.
I wanted Nosmer to be behind the weapons in Demeter, but I didn't want him to be a bad guy. I basically, he was out of options. Balrog was refusing to march, and that he saw that as his chance to basically like make Balrog have to. He had no choice but to do what he had to do. And so when I kind of thought of that, I was like, yeah, I think that's the direction I'm going to go with it. So I'm glad it felt like a good payoff for you guys. I didn't want it to feel like a weird, like out of nowhere thing. So I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. So
Yeah, it was super good. It was super good.
thank you.
And now we have a goat that looks like Durgan. I love
Now
it.
we have a Durgan
That's
ram.
funny.
Yeah.
It's super. And the idea that popped in my head when all that was happening, because someone made the joke and they were like, Durgan the narcissistic. The idea is that Durgan doesn't have a great connection with his deity, so he's kind of learning it. So the idea is, hopefully, that represents Durgan's spirit. In other words, like, that's the best he can conjure to me. That's kind of what I thought of when you said to describe it. I was like, it's going to be ugly and like really nasty looking, and hopefully, as he levels up and gets more comfortable with his deity, it should look more majestic and start to take more form. So that was not to make it look like my character, but to make him as ugly as Durgan.
Well, and the idea is that it's not an animal. It is literally a celestial spirit that is taking the form of an animal here on the material plane. So it's to have it be connected to your character like that, I think is good. It should be encouraged. So
Yeah, cool.
I gotta answer this question in the comments. It's appeared a few times, and this person says, "But seriously, how long is Dice's beard by now?" And I'm gonna say that Dice has a really crappy beard like mine, a little bit better. So it's very pubic in nature. So it's probably just kind of like it's short on the cheeks and gets a little bit longer down here. But At least it's not blue. But I need to remember to shave it. I need to remember to shave it.
Well, and if you think about it, it's only been like a week since you last shaved. I mean, it wouldn't even be that long, even if you had a good beard. You know, it would be you know, a little bit of stubble, a little bit of growth coming in, but otherwise, you know.
True.
So.
Yeah, speaking of beard questions, I saw one a couple times too about how did Durgan take finding out he has a blue beard, and I will tell that person, go watch episode or session 5.
Yeah, session 5 is when Dagram finally says to Durgan, I think he just says, you know your beard's blue, right? And Durgan's like, what? The funny thing is that everybody kept forgetting that Durgan's beard was blue, including me and Tim.
Yes.
So it's like...
I always remember.
So I mean, like Juice and like people in the comments would be like, "How are people reacting to his beard? Like he's among Stone Rift dwarves.
yeah.
Is anyone saying anything about his beard?" And it's like, "Oh shit, I forgot about that."
Good call. Yeah. It's like, awesome.
But
I forget things all the time. Like sometimes I'll forget. I'll tell someone what time of day it is, and in the middle of the combat, I'll forget that. Oh, I said it was dark. So how the heck could they see something 80 feet away or something?
Yeah. Well, and dude, I mean it's impossible to keep everything straight in your head, you know. So you gotta every DM has moments like that. I totally do. So.
In my most recent video, the preparation video for the Winds of Sur-Saline Session 3, I actually talk about a tactic to keep those descriptions straight in your mind. So, Matt, you are off limits, but
but I'm not.
Go ahead.
I think you guys are learning from me.
You sure I'm not off limits?
I'm gonna have to go watch that video on Barker's channel. Be a better game master.
Yeah, why does Tim get to watch it but I don't? What the hell?
Are you sure? Are you sure I'm not off limits?
Oh, wait, no, you're off limits.
I was like, what the hell?
I'm glad my character resonates with you.
You know what?
You probably
it's
have
so
some
embarrassing.
stuff planned.
So
Tim, though,
Speaking of Dungeon Masters forgetting things.
Clearly, Tim, this is what happens. He remembers that your character's in the game, but he forgot.
Hey, I mean, that's my inspiration.
So good in character.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
This
Whereas
is why it's
Matt
funny.
needs to up his game, apparently.
because Quint in Sur-Saline game is my wife's favorite character.
Yeah?
Oh.
All right.
She said it was a
Nice.
difficult decision,
Your
but she
wife watches your games?
Oh yeah, she asks me. She writes history for my setting.
Dude, that's awesome.
My wife wouldn't do that.
She made me. If I could just show you this and show the viewers, we bought this big leather journal.
Oh, dude.
Awesome.
And on the inside, I'm going to try to see if you can make it. It's called The Intricately Written Histories of Unkea. And she burned the page.
Oh my
gosh.
goodness, dude.
That is awesome.
Are you
Anyway,
making a book to, like, reproduce
Yes.
or something?
Dude.
No,
Sweet.
yeah, she like, it's actually 2 pages glued. She's amazing.
That is awesome, dude.
See, my
I
wife.
need to show my wife this.
Yeah, I was gonna say my wife's great,
No.
but when I have to buy a $50 book, it's a sales pitch.
Oh, yeah.
So you're living the dream over there, buddy.
Tim, my wife games, and it's a sales pitch.
It's
Oh,
it's kind of funny because I like my fiance Tila is amazing, and she games with me, and she's just the best, and she lets me like. I was looking at the calendar this month, and I realized I played like 8 D&D games this month between Sur-Saline and the one shots and my home games and stuff like that. But yesterday I was like, "Oh, sweetie, I had this idea for a campaign world," and she's like, "Another one?" I was like, "Yeah." And I was like telling her about it, and I was like, "I know I've got like our campaign world, and I've got Aeronoth, and I've got Estia, but I got this other idea." And she's just sitting there listening to me, and I'm telling her about this, and she goes, I don't know. She's like, "I can't keep all this straight in my head anymore." She's like, "You talk about RPGs so much, and I just cannot keep it straight in my head." And I was like thinking about it. I was like, "God, it's all I talk about and all I do." It's just, I was like, "I'm sorry," and she's like, "No, it's fine. I'm just telling you, I'm not going to be able to remember all of this." I was like,
That's funny.
It's cool. I do not expect you to."
That's amazing.
Not to tout the one-shot group too much, but no, it's funny you
The
brought
what
it up.
shot group?
Yeah,
The
that
what?
one-shot group. Yeah. It's
What's
funny
the
you say that.
one-shot group?
we had this talk in one of our chats. Like, there were about 10 of us in there, and everyone in there was like, "Oh my gosh!" Since it started, like, I play in so many games. It's ridiculous. That is the biggest problem anyone has in that group if they participate. Is
Well,
there's so many games and they play all the time.
Exactly. We were actually was it
Yeah.
after the second session of Sir Salim we were talking
yeah.
about like how like
Posey and
Posey and
Champagne,
Andrew
yeah.
Knapp and Lloyd are just in every
yeah.
game, and it's like that. Like sometimes they're in 2 games at the same time somehow.
Lloyd,
Like, it's-
Lloyd plays in so many games. Like
I
he
know.
runs the most games there,
yeah,
hands down.
it's insane. We were trying to figure out if they're somehow getting paid to do that.
yeah.
It's just, they're just in every game.
That's why we realized. That's how we figured out. That's why they're so good. Is because they
just play
practice
all the time.
all the
Yeah.
time.
Well, you know what's funny? Lloyd said he's new to RPGs. He just started like a
Seriously?
few months back. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what he said, and
Jeez.
he says he's working on stuff with every one shot. I guess.
Man.
I don't
It's
know.
real. Full
Yeah, it's
immersion.
amazing. But like even for me, before the one shot group, I would say I was okay. And since doing the one shot group, there's so many things now. When I go into a game, I'm like, oh, I want to work on this or that. Sometimes, you know, it's
Right,
amazing how, and it's because there's so many games going on, and I'm playing in so many and running so many. It's very easy to see the progression too. And then you have
Yeah.
it on YouTube.
I know that's awesome
Yeah.
to hear that Lloyd is new to it. I would not have guessed that at all.
Oh, me either. Man.
Yeah.
Same with Nate.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean the fact that Nate is fairly new to RPGs. I mean in relation to like relative to the rest of us,
Yeah.
is astounding to me. So I'll just put that out there.
It's been, yeah, it took me way too long to get to this hobby.
I know, man. I like, hearing about people who come to the hobby, in their 20s and 30s. It's just like, man, think of all the gaming you missed out on, man.
Yeah,
dude.
Yep.
I think that because I didn't have a steady group until I met Nate. Actually, I did not have a good steady group.
Right.
So
Right. Well,
And you and Nate went steady.
yeah,
we
exactly.
did. We did.
Everyone steady.
You guys have the best bromance. I love it.
Oh, dude, listen, I didn't realize that you guys weren't friends before all this. Did you guys ever hear that story?
I actually met Nate through the RPG, or not RPG, the video gaming community.
Grand Rapids gaming community.
Yeah, because he posted that he was interested in RPGs based on a YouTube video he saw, I think, and without going into who and all that. But so I was like, oh, and I reached out and we just started talking, and then I drove by him on the street, and I like honked my horn. I'm like, hey, because I recognized this guy.
Did
I think
you
it was a
guys
mini-
not realize? Did you not realize you lived in the same city?
Well,
No, I did.
Yeah,
Oh,
because it was a
okay.
Grand Rapids gaming community website, so we knew we
Yeah.
were
Oh,
same
gotcha.
city. And
I thought it was
never
that you
met.
guys didn't know you lived in the same city, and you were like, you've got mail, like you're like, oh my god, that's the guy I thought lived in Wisconsin.
No,
They
it was
both
funny.
walk outside to pick up
No,
their
we didn't.
newspaper.
Yeah.
We started talking.
Hey.
We actually started talking online when I saw that post to kind of feel each other out, see if it'd be a good match.
Right.
You know, like you do normally.
Yeah,
And,
like OK Cupid.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like plenty of fish.
Yeah.
And and so we were hitting it off, and things were going real smooth. And then I saw him on the driving right next to me. I think he was in a minivan, and I'm in my vehicle, and I was like, "Oh, hey!" And we slowed down while we're driving, and then I was like, "Oh, Taco Bell!" Went to Taco Bell. And then we set up our first date to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and have a few drinks.
Dude,
Yep.
that's adorable.
It was
like
great.
a gentleman, Juice paid for the drinks.
I sure did. But
What a nice
like
guy.
gentleman, I did not make a move on the first date.
Hey,
I
keep
know.
your hands to yourself there, GC.
So wait,
Yeah.
making a move on the first date is considered mentioning the one-shot group or your website.
Well, the one-shot group and the website did not exist.
This was June or whatever.
Yeah.
He likes me for who I am, not for what I put out there.
That's true.
Awesome.
All right.
All right, guys. So we're going to go ahead and end the broadcast here. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We still have 82 viewers. I just can't. I'm just over the moon
We got
over
to
that.
108 today.
Yeah, 108
Wow.
viewers today, which is awesome. And that's not including the 30 people in the living room in Norway watching. So
That's crazy.
This is a long one, too.
All 30 of
Yeah.
you need to go buy Brasswick shirts.
Yeah, go buy Brasswick shirts.
And take a group photo with
Yeah,
the Brasswick
with
shirts.
the Brasswick shirts. Yeah.
Well, do that without the Brasswick shirts. Like,
Yeah.
do it right now.
Seriously, take a picture of you guys in Norway watching the session. That would be
That would be
awesome if we could see
amazing.
that. That'd be
Put
great.
the link in the comments. We want to
Yeah,
see
exactly.
Rock
All right,
on.
guys. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by and watching. Thank these guys for playing, and their links are down in the description. As always, you have not subscribed to them. What's wrong with you? Go do that. We'll see you guys next month.